After.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Welcome to our session, and happy Valentine's Day to all of you. I want to thank Commissioner Duggins for bringing that treat to all of us. Thank you. He always thinks ahead. Thank you so much.
Hope you have a medical degree.
Say again?
So hope he has a medical degree.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's 9:04. Item 2 in the invocation, can you stand and we'll let Commissioner Duggins do that, please?
Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning on this day of Valentine's, a day of love, and we pray that our community, our neighbors, our families, we pray for peace and love, prosperity across the land. We pray for those that are incarcerated. We pray for our officers to keep them safe, our doctors, and may you comfort the sick, those that have passed. We're forever grateful of the promise you gave us. Amen.
If I may also, all of you have seen the news of the terrible earthquake in Turkey and Syria. How many people have died there, and how many more will die, and how many will suffer? I think I'd like to give a moment of silence for them, and I hope God carries them through all this and helps them. It's terrible. We might complain about a lot of things, but we really need to know what is important in life, what is important. And those families there are suffering. And we as a country, we need to help them. We need to help them. Can we have 5 minutes of silence, 2 minutes of silence, and then we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice.
I salute the flag of the United States. Yes. Perfect. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Aguilar, Vice Chair Secretarial, Commissioner Duggins,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Chair Martinez.
Yes, Madam President. Item 6, approval of agenda. Commissioners, do you see anything that needs to be moved up or added to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to move up item 10F. So that it would be moved 10F to 10A, and then 10A will be moved down.
Motion by Commissioner Secretarial to move 10F up all the way up to new business first thing. I need a second.
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Gonzalez. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I know we have some, like I said, 4-H, where are they here? I just hate for them to sit through the whole meeting if we could. They're on the agenda, right?
Yeah, we're in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, Motion is passed to move F to beginning of new business. Thank you, Commissioner Secretary. Item 7, approval of minutes of January 24th, 2023. Commissioners, have you had a chance to review the minutes in your packet?
I make a motion to approve as presented.
Motion by Commissioner Gonzalez to approve as presented,
Second.
second by Commissioner Douglas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes of January 24th, 2023 are approved. And thank you, Madam Clerk, Ms. Amico, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8, committee and department reports. Acknowledge department reports. The first one is detention center. You guys, it's in your packet. Any questions, or is there anyone from the detention center here?
Chairman,
Go ahead.
Jail Administrator Garcia was supposed to be here, but he's sick. He
Okay,
called me, let me know early this morning. Well, so
we'll skip it till the next meeting. Okay, item 2, road department. I see, I saw, oh, there it is. Any questions? Come up here, Art, in case they have questions. Any questions from the road department, commissioners?
I don't.
The Bernardo up on the mesa, people are still in need. I've never driven that road, but they called.
What else? That's good.
Chairman, Commissioner Duggins, I believe we're talking about 270 and
The ones that came.
El Centro. Yeah, so that is on the LGRF list that the commission will look at today. And also I've had contact with Mr. Gianni, who wants to give the county a grant. I believe the county attorney is working on the paperwork to present to him and also to the commission to see how that can be worked out for that little area where that economic development is supposed to take place.
Who wants to give a grant?
His first name is Gianni, and I'll really mess up his last name even though it's Moretti. I wanted to see there was an N in there, but we're working on that.
The guy that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, yeah.
Any other questions from the road department? Well, for me, Art, I want to thank you that day that we went out to check the roads in my area. And we made the list to turn in for approval today. Some are missing, but I know that you will feel it will fit. I know I chose more than what I'm going to get funded for if I get approved. But they're on the list for next year or the following year. So I want to thank you for going out with me and we looked at the roads and looked at my area. I also want to thank you and the people in Hot County want to thank you because the last snowstorm we had was quite a bit of snow. I know you guys were there yesterday looking at it and there's still snow up there. Got stuff, so it helped for them to get out. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, that's all I have, unless you guys have something.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is senior center. Senior center. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning. I presented my report in writing, if you have any
Yeah,
questions.
I saw it, just if they have questions or anything.
I just really want to thank my staff for all adapting to all the changes that are going on in our center. They're cooking. I ran over here to attend the meeting. We're cooking in our centers and catering to the outlying centers, and so it's been a big task, and they're all doing very well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
I don't. Do you guys have anything? Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
This one is Socorro County Extension Office. Morning.
Good morning. I put in a written report, but there was just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. So our enrollment for 2022, so what we just came out of, finished at 135 4-H youth members, and our new enrollment right now is sitting at 160 youth members. So we're very excited to have a continued increase in the number of youth that are enrolled in 4-H. And we've been able to start a shotgun discipline program in our shooting sports because our shooting sports has been gaining a lot of popularity over the last few years, and we've got a lot of kids interested in that, and so we were able to hold our first shotgun practice a couple of weeks ago. So now we have kids with another discipline available to participate in for shooting sports. And so those were kind of the main things I wanted to highlight. And then Mr. Dean is here. We have a little bit of information to share with you guys for our budget outlook and our request for the next year.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you commissioners for allowing us to give a little bit of a report. So I am Tom Dean, I'm the Southwest District Supervisor now, so I cover the 9 counties and I work with all the commissions back on the budget. And so as we start the budget process and start to submit those letters to you for our request, I want to take the opportunity to let you know that in 2012, when we had a downturn in the budgets, some of that state appropriation was cut from Socorro County. Ultimately, we had some personnel leave. Socorro County has been pretty good to keep a program assistant funded in this county. And so with that being said, as the Cooperative Extension Service is back in the black, and it's hard for us to do in terms of the cooperative agreement to get money back on these situations. This year, been working with John Moran, the Director of Cooperative Extension Service, to reinstate a third of funding back on that program assistant position if we can get fully funded. Last year, we were only level funded at 64,000, and the request is at 68. And so moving forward, we've got this opportunity for state appropriations to be reinstated, reoccurring back to the original agreements. And so want to kind of present that to the commission now, let you know that that's in the works. Give you guys time to prepare. We'll get the official budgets in. We're working through the legislative process, but we'll be doing that. And I'd love to take any opportunity if any of the commissioners would like to visit about any of the programs that we've got, or want to see the budget in full and go over some things where we're using those funds, be glad to do that at any time. So, and then I want to commend Emily Bruton. Today's also her evaluation. Valentine's Day evaluation. She's got it is annual evaluation time. But, I do want to tell the commission that in terms of an individual serving as a county agent, she has done a phenomenal job in terms of trying to provide programming. If you didn't notice at the Socorro County Fair, there was more animals up there. I had to bring more pins from Doñana County up to help provide space for all of the animals that were out there. I attribute nothing goes without the parents and the volunteer help, first and foremost. But our leadership in the agent helps drive those. And I think we've got an outstanding leader here in Socorro County, and I commend her for that. Just want to let you guys know that as well in terms of what she's doing compared to other agents in other counties. She's really doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I do. So you said there were, at the end of 22, there was 100 and what, 35?
35.
What did you start with?
In 2020
Or 22?
or 22, we started around 100, probably 128. I don't know the specific number off the top of my head, but the bulk of our enrollments will come in before January 1st because our new 4-H year starts in October. And then we'll have some new families that haven't been in 4-H trickle in throughout the year.
So there was just two or three, a few that
A few that came in, yeah, throughout the year.
better ratio than the high school, isn't it? Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Green.
Put them to work, keep them busy.
Next item is acknowledge manager's report. You have his written report. Any questions or you have any additions, Mike?
Chairman, Commission, would you like me to peruse it? Read it out loud just so everybody knows where we're at?
Yeah.
So I've called a meeting, we'll have a presentation later on the agenda where we'll seeking a rebate from the IRS in the amount of 200 plus. We'll see how that goes for our energy efficiency program. I also have several meetings requesting responses from TDS and ISP. We also have another possible person or ISP interested in providing connectivity. We're seeing how that goes. We're supposed to have a meeting yesterday, but there was problems with connectivity, so we didn't move to that. We did have a pre-bid opening for legal services. That's will be presented later. Whole meeting with DEC with reference all our LGRF projects, and I've had the road department make some suggestions for the commission. Some commissioners' roads are all paved and already chip sealed, so I believe it's Mr. Aguilar and Mr. Gonzalez, commissioners. Yours are, there's nothing to move. So, but the others, there's a long list, so we'll have to prioritize CAP, Co-op, and SDR. I did travel to Santa Fe again to personally hand deliver our ICIP priorities and to ensure that they are on the LGS, and I did receive a printout that we are on the LGS list. We'll have further conversation about that. Did appear on the local radio station for an interview concerning programs and projects in the county. Was very responsive. Would like to say the commission did implement the PHI, where all community members in Socorro County have that access to that service. We'll be, once we receive the cards, I'm working with PHI to receive the cards. And once we receive that, we'll be having a card distribution ceremonies, several ceremonies, because there's 4,000 residents in Socorro, so it's no way we can get it done in one day. And we'll be looking actually for other volunteers and employees to help us. We'll probably distribute out of here. So it's going to probably be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days, you know. And PHI's advised that they wouldn't have a representative here, but I asked them for a flyer because I've received a bunch of questions and hopefully they answer all those. Still moving forward with document management. We just moved it further along with the SCAPE DWI program. That's out of ARPA funds, so we're under budget on that still. The RISE program, we're still working on that building near the detention center. The latest is locating utilities and possible power, and also the plot map of the area to make sure we had enough room. Had several interviews. I had to construct the questions and the pretest like I've done on other positions for HR. Had some very good, talented people, so we'll be moving on that expeditiously. Attended the manager's affiliate and had several inquiries in different committees regarding legislative issues, and PILT was one of them, and making sure that that still is a viable thing. I also looked into the ATCF, and I inquired on Treasury just as recent as this morning, asking them about the second tranche because it's supposed to take place. They had said in January of 2023, but haven't had a response yet. So once that comes, that's about 3.6 million. So We did receive the 11 biometric systems, and I have I have a case number with ITG for their technicians to install. They have to install it and then make sure they have connectivity and communication with the timekeeping system. So that's coming. I did begin writing the policy for, I believe it's going to be introduced today. You guys can peruse it and see where we're at. Major number of IPRAs that are very, 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 very extensive. Let's see. Also coordinated claims with New Mexico County representatives. We have several of those, and I think the latest was appearing in federal court in March on another claim. Still moving forward with Site Southwest on the Escondido Lake project. Got their scope of work and their estimates, and I had to work with GIS mapping because they wanted some things. I don't know if we're going to be able to supply all the things they wanted. Trying to still move that along and get that project well underway. Met with the fire marshal trying to see where we're at on the FMO, and also with Sammy, and it looks like that's moving along. Answers request reference possibility county owning the land and the building of VLA site for the STEM project. They put in for funding. It's, if you have the list here, they actually have it under Socorro County as number 3. But when I met with everybody that I could meet with, and also when attended other meetings, they understand that the county's going to own it, but most of it's going to be VLA running the facilities, so we don't have much of the cost. But that's the only way to get that done. Checked on all the progress of Sholey Bridge, Alamo 3 Tanks Road. We're at 40%. Most of those had to check with BLM because the appraisal was finally done. We didn't have any, under the federal guidelines, the buyer can't have any access to that. So I had a meeting with Virginia Alguire, see where we're at on that, and that's moving along. Hoping we get that done with that phase. I'm hoping by May. Dealing with the feds, it's a slow process. And then that's it. Those are fairly big global issues. Of course, there's day-to-day and tons of other issues that are dealt with daily.
Any questions from our manager, Commissioner?
Of course they do, I guess. You said the VLA, is that the building that you're talking about the building that they wanted to build, the man that came to the commission?
Yes,
Right.
it is. STEM Center. It's about a $52 million project. And I think when I met with them, and they didn't really understand the process, so I met with them and reviewed how all that would take place, and what they would have to do to get it on, and also that the possibility of us owning the building. But now the legislature said we also have to own the land, so that's a possibility. And then they understood that there's no way they would get funded for $52 million right off the bat. So I think their request was $10 million phase 1, and that involves architectural engineering and all those types of things.
Then we're liable for the maintenance and utilities, or?
No, they will be responsible for all that. That's why I made sure that was not going to happen, but we would be down. So they would be actually leasing it from us, probably.
The land.
With the understanding, and the building, with the understanding that they maintain all facilities and all, similar to what we did with Valley Sanitation. They took over the solid waste, but we still meet with them regularly and file reports, and have them file reports and inventory all of the equipment. We just recently had an equipment inspection and site inspection, something that should have been done at least a year ago. And it was immaculate. I was very impressed. So that's similar concept. They would be running it, but we would be responsible for oversight and making sure it's up, the upkeep and everything, all the bills are being paid. And then any complaints we receive, and then we have a meeting and go through it that way.
And they've been minimal, the complaints.
Well,
I mean, it's a new thing. It's gonna be
yeah,
a
in
little
the
rough.
beginning, there was quite a few. It was fairly arduous. I've never seen a seamless transition, but it's starting to smooth out, and it's actually, and we applied for the RAID grant collaboratively, so that's another good issue that'll augment our environmental, recyclables and stuff like that, and tires.
So I'd like, for the benefit of the people in the audience and on the airwaves, I guess, so when the county ran the solid waste, how many employees did we have total? More? 8 or so, 6, 8?
Actually, I think it was higher than that. I want to say about 12 or 14.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And so do you know how many they have? They have more than we did.
I think actually, since they started out with the same amount and actually hired some of ours, but they've actually augmented their services and expanded their services, so they actually have more employees.
And they're building like, or they're aimed to build a facility of some kind for their.
Actually, when we went to their site, they're just north of the Limitar exit at that, what's that trucking place where we went? Dirk and Diesel. Dirk and Diesel, yeah. So they're housed there, but then they use other sites for storage of inventory and
But
stuff.
they're looking for their own place, right?
That's my understanding.
I just wanted to point it out because this is private business and it sounds like they're doing a better job than government can and employing maybe more. And I mean, it creates wealth as well as cleans our community up.
They were mandated by with the agreement and the contract to have an office in Socorro, so they do have an office by First State Bank, by Don Juan's.
Montanars. If I may, Mike, you list here research and cost benefits analysis on data regarding 410s versus 5.8s. I know the commission had requested for you to do that, and do you have a report on that, or just you're still working on it?
Well, the report I have is that I didn't do a written report, but I can tell you that really what it is right now, the cost benefit analysis, there's really no cost benefit analysis other than 410s. It results in some recruiting benefits and some retention benefits, but there is really no cost savings. So the pros are retention and recruiting. The inert issue is that there's really no cost differentiation because it's the same. The con is service provision, and whether or not some departments are not providing the most adequate service. That's the con.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could touch on that. I thought that the only department in the county 410s was the road department. And really, they're not 410s. I mean, these guys are on Sundays, they're on the rain days, the snow days. But they are the only ones 410s, right? I mean.
No. Well, so you have the sheriff's department who obviously are in different schedules in the detention office. There are employees within different departments that even some of them don't work 410s, but some are exempt, some are not exempt. This was what I uncovered in my analysis. And then Escape DWI is on 410s, and that's been before I got here. Facilities, They actually come in early because obviously they gotta do, take care of offices and sidewalks and everything else. So they come in early and do, they don't take a lunch and they're on call. They get on call pay, and they work from 7 to 3. And-
But they're also in bad weather, that here they come, right?
Yes.
I just, we've had these kind of discussions since we've been here, Commissioner, and I just think that these, whether you get paid by the hour or by the salary, you need to put your time in, you know? I mean, we kind of, I think as a county got spoiled before your days, and that was kind of like, well, I'm salary, I don't have to, 8 to 5 doesn't work for me, and I don't know. Explain that to those taxpayers there. It's a, I don't know, it's a government job, it's a good job, and it's got a lot of benefits, and you gotta show up. I'm not the manager, but that's the way I feel.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. Commissioner Duggins, I do, on exempt employees, I do advise them, unfortunately, before I got here, some of them believe that exempt means that they didn't have to put in for leave and or be at the office. And I told them under Fair Labor Standards Act, exempt would mean there's an expectation of duties and getting work done. And to request time off, they get 10 days a year of annual leave and 10 days a year of sick leave. They also can have bereavement leave. Within that also is that the construct that you must have 40 hours in the bucket before you want to take exempt time off, let's say. And then there was further explanation that an exempt employee is higher salaried employee, so the expectations are you are working 40 hours plus. I think to give you an example, my average work week is way out there. I think my wife calculated my hourly salary at 26 cents an hour. So, I mean, and that's exempt. That's the exempt life. When you take that position, you understand your salary, and here are the expectations.
What would help you could
So so every year the commission actually dictates office hours from 8 to 5. And so it dictates it like that. So really, in reality, that should be the office hours because you have already instructed that to be the office hours. So if you want, I guess it's already in place. So if you want me to make sure we adhere to that, then that's the way it is because the commission just passed that in the January meeting, and they say that every meeting.
Any comments from the commissioner?
it seems like it's only fair. I mean, and if we've dictated it and it's gone on for years, right? We gotta stand up to our word, right? We just a paper tiger.
Chairman Kenneth, if I may.
Go ahead.
And it's not in regards to this piece, but another piece in regards to, January is a very busy month, very important, critical month as well too, in regards to the county and state relation. I know we met with the representative a while back. Were we able to get all of that requests in on the 13th of January for capital outlay?
So I'd like to discuss that further in executive session, but I have the list here. It's only that it was brought to my attention that There were items not on the LGIS. We submit through LGBMS. I had asked certain people if our requirements had been fulfilled. I was assured of that, just like when I checked with the road department, that requirements have been fulfilled, and they are, or when I check with the detention center, and they are, emergency management, and they are or aren't, and then that's when I have to address them, because then the expectations of that department head fulfilling their requirements either has or has not been made. In this instance, it was brought to my attention that there was only a couple items from our ICIP that were appearing. I scrambled, got with, I'm going to call her Sheila from legislative session, spent a huge amount of hours ensuring that our items are on LGIS. It was on the 13th that they were finally all received. They were having technical problems on their side. I constructed packets and then actually traveled to Santa Fe and met with different representatives. And I know for a fact that I know Senator Josh Sanchez because he's from Belen and I'm from Belen, and Senator Greg Bocc, he's from Belen and I'm from Belen. And I met with them. And I met with Senator Crystal Diamond, who is going to be moving over into this Coral County. And actually, two of them had me sign papers. That's another step that has to be done. You have to sign the sponsorship that it just came up here recently, within the last couple of weeks. And when they have you do that, that means that they're looking at actually allocating their junior funds to that program. Senator Sanchez had me sign papers on one of our ICIP. Senator Bocc had me sign papers on sponsorship for the $180,000 for county vehicles. And in reviewing the LGIS, our ICIP items do appear on there, along with, sometimes they think ICIP from the city or the tech are ours because it says, sometimes it still says county, but it's not ours, and I talk to them about that. And you'll see where the next gen, the STEM is also on there, because that has to be money allocated to us. It can't be money allocated to VLA on that $10 million. So long answer, but yes, that was finally submitted. Actually, the deadline was not the 13th. It was
So all in all,
The date.
everything has been submitted. We're in good standings with the state, and all of our items have made one of the lists or another, right?
Yes, they are now, but that is an issue we'll be addressing. But yes, we are there.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Mike, I just have a comment on the work schedules, Mike. I know according to the policies, it says 8 to 5. But I also know running crews before, like for instance, the facilities guys, I don't know, they come in early if it snows or whatever. Do they what they're doing there is adjusting their work schedule, correct? From 7 to 3. And it's not like all the time, just when they need to adjust it. So what I look at that way, when they adjust their schedule, they put in their 8 hours, they're going. If we put it that they have to be here from 8 to 5, then that director is gonna have to call people out, come and work in overtime. Are they charging overtime for that, or They just put their 8 hours.
If I might, just really quick, Mr. Chairman, just regarding the policy that you all adopted, it does set the general hours at 8 to 5, but it also grants the authority to the department heads and the manager to adjust those schedules
Yes.
as needed. So that is perfectly allowed by your policy, but I'll let Mike get into the details, but it's not a stringent 8 to 5, it's general office hours are 8 to 5, but that can be changed, and it is often.
Yes.
Yeah, so then the interpretation and philosophy behind the word general comes into play in interpretation. So that gives you the latitude as department head and county manager to recognize that obviously to have facilities constantly in buildings trying to clean and or take care of issues with personnel in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's dysfunctional. And so they try to get a lot of their work done before those hours. And it's not really a service that the consumer is the county, not community members. Same way with the road department, it was recognized that during the winter months, they would do 410s, and then coming spring through summer and fall, they would go back to 8.5s. That used to be the common standard. I don't know what happened. And so all those departments that are required and necessary to meet the expectations of the position also have the latitude to do it in the most effective and efficient manner.
With approval from the
Yes.
manager. Yeah. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Because,
With your approval, they can't just automatically make a 410 work on their own?
That should not have happened unless the manager approved it.
so we have policies and the supervisors know what they are, and I feel they need to work with you in order to be productive, like we say, for the public. That's the main thing. I won't take more time on that. On the one as a general comment, for San Antonio, on that flood control, you're from San Antonio, Dave, just so you know, that has been going on since we had the flooding in San Antonio. This is a way to try to prevent the flooding if it does happen again in the San Antonio area. It's taken this long and still taking so long to create that flood control to help with a future flood in that area. All this stuff takes time, costs money, but we work at it as we can.
Yeah, I've gotten some feedback on that also, but my main concern is, I've been in San Antonio for 30 years. And, sir, we're still trying to get the Dartmouth Road.
Bring it to the podium.
You guys stand up right there at the podium, please.
Sir, could you stand and then announce your name, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
But I didn't know if when you were announcing the end, things don't fall, if I should stand up or not. Anyway, my name is David Gonzalez, and I've been in San Antonio for 20 years plus. And my road, Zanca Road, is still dirt. I spend a lot of time blading that road myself because it takes act of Congress to get a grader out there to do it. And it gets waterboarded every 2 weeks, it gets bad. Sometimes you can't even, you're talking to a person, you can't even understand what they're saying because it's all rumble, it's all. But, you know, last 2-3 years ago, they said by September that it was going to get done. And here I am going on 33 years and still hasn't even been chip sealed. But I was just wondering, what I would appreciate if we can get it done before I die anyway.
Oh, it's on the list.
If I may, Dave, when we approve the roads, it'll come up again. And then you can come back up again if you have any other public comment.
You know, the other comment I have is, okay, I see that it's on the list now, but I don't see a date. You know, like the last time was gonna be September 2020, it's supposed to be completed. And we're going in 23 now, and I see it on the menu, but I don't see what date is it gonna be completed since the.
After, if I may, Dave, If I may, after we vote, I'll let you know. I'll let you know on the date ahorita.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before you leave, I would like to point out, I think that flood control was actually planned ahead of the flood. It wasn't built is that right, Nance?
No, I don't believe so.
No? But it should help, but not to give false hope. The flood that we had there in San Antonio, this wouldn't stop it. I mean, it would take a massive dam or flood control to stop that type of flood. So I just don't want the people to have false hope that this is forever a cure-all. It should help.
Thank you. But see, I live another 3 miles further than the flood control or further than what it can happen, where the flood can happen. But no, in the 1920s, I think it flooded in San Antonio, and my parents were lucky because their house was a little bit higher and the water flowed around their house. It went up against the railroad track and then went south. But we haven't had that problem. And we haven't had the 100-year flood in that area since then. I appreciate it.
I'll let you know.
And let me know, please.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from our manager before we move on?
Mr. Jeff,
Yes.
the newly elected sheriff is in the house. If, I know he's not listed here, but if you would like to come up.
Sure. On his smile.
Chairman Martinez, Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
So I have a few things to go over that the month of January and excuse me, even the beginning of this month has been pretty busy. We just recently did some promotions. We promoted one of the deputies, Gonzalo Lopez, to corporal. We promoted Reginald Peralto to sergeant. We promoted Detective James Nance to my former position of captain. Deputy Tim Gutierrez is going to detective position. And we have a really big loss in our department right now. Detective Gilbert Padilla, he got a job offer that he couldn't refuse, making a lot more than twice what he's making here. And so we'll be losing him here next week, or on the 23rd is his last day. So that's a huge loss. He's an amazing police officer, amazing detective. And I don't know how we're going to fill his position, but his son, Gilbert Padilla III, will be taking his position as detective once he leaves, and he's another good deputy with a lot of potential. We even before Tim Gutierrez was the detective, he's been working he's been doing a lot of narcotics work. One of his confidential informants about an individual we've been looking for with many felony warrants. And this guy happened to have some stolen vehicles with him here in Socorro. He's been he broke into Williams windmill, stole a vehicle. We were able to recover that. And through some good work, Detective Gutierrez, he located him, did a warrant, and we were able to take that individual into custody. We recovered 2 stolen vehicles from Albuquerque, covered a gun and some fentanyl. And that just happened on Thursday or Friday. So, we've been busy. My phone doesn't stop. So as sheriff, I didn't realize I was going to be on the phone that much, but it's been busy and it's been good. So we're like I said, we're currently working on getting that position of a school resource officer filled, and we haven't been able to find anybody that wants to do it. It's kind of a tough job, but it pays well.
We're going to be working with the courts, the district court and the magistrate court. They want to enter into a contract, give us money to hire a deputy to work strictly in courts. We still haven't sat down about it, but they both, the district court judge and the court administrator have approached me about it. So that's something we'll be sitting down and talking about pretty soon. I've got to bring Manager Hawks into the loop and sit down with him first, and then we'll all get together and do that. There was something else. Oh, we're still waiting on 3 more vehicles, 4 more vehicles. We have the vehicles, but we're just waiting to get them outfitted. In the meantime, our trucks are slowly but surely falling apart. So hopefully we can last another couple months till they can get them outfitted. They're having a hard time finding the right lights and the right stuff. This is a shortage of everything. Legislature, you guys have seen the anti-gun bills coming through, and I would ask that you each look into those bills and see what they're trying to propose about taking away magazines. Standard capacity magazines is what they are, because those guns come with those magazines that are 15 or more. Every pistol I own, whether used on duty or off whenever I'm not on duty, all the pistols have more than 9 rounds. But I would suggest, or I would ask that you guys look into those bills that are coming up and see what you think about them. And it might be something we're going to have to talk about again in the future. Other than that, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, so what do you think about it? It sounds like you're okay with.
What the bills that are coming up?
No, that you're against them, that you're okay with.
100%. 100%.
That you're okay the way it is.
The way it is right now, yes.
Yeah.
It's there's a lot of people trying to make laws about guns and rifles and what we can and can't have, our rights as individuals when they have their own security, walking around with guns with them. When they have no idea anything about these guns and are spreading information that's not true about them. And you see it all the time on the news. I watch both sides of the news. And they're spreading information about it that is not true. And just, we've got to think about, and this is what I've learned since I've been sheriff, we have to listen to what our constituents say. And I've had more phone calls from people asking me what I'm going to do to protect their rights. And that's a hard answer to give. It's going to take all of us together to see what our constituents want and what you guys and what me as the sheriff, what we're willing to do to make sure that their rights are upheld. And it is a right.
So several years ago, I was in a bind, and I completely understand it's in the middle of the night, but I was 45 minutes before I had any help. And I had my 357, and it scared me. We always say, well, if somebody comes into my house, but it was very real to me then, and it's frightening to have to use it. But if it's me or you, you know what I mean? We're on our own, and it is our right. And that they say that's why the Japanese didn't come to our western shores, because they knew there was an American behind every tree with a gun.
Everybody regrets. Another thing that I mentioned briefly to Mr. Nance, and I think I even mentioned it to county manager about, I'd like to, as a sheriff, I'm a firearms instructor, and I've been in for a long time. I'd like to start doing self-defense classes. I'd like to start with women and just teach them. They're interested in firearms and protecting themselves. I'd like to start slowly with giving them some classes on how to protect themselves and what the laws are and how and when they can protect themselves. And it doesn't just have to be firearms. If they're not comfortable with firearms, we're gonna go other ways to protect themselves. And I'd like to put together some curriculum. My sister-in-law is she just retired as a deputy chief of APD. She's a professional shooter. She's a firearms instructor. She shot for the New Mexico State Police shooting team. She was a lieutenant with the state police. So she wants to get in with me, and I'm going to bring her in, and we'll put up some curriculum. And this is something that I'd like to do as part of the sheriff's office, and work with people just as a community service, right? Because I think a lot of people are afraid of how they can and can't protect themselves. And if we help them to understand firearms, mace, anything, any kind of taser or something that they want to carry, I think they'll be more comfortable to carry something with them, so that in that moment they'll be able to protect themselves. And I think that's something that I'd like to bring to the community, and I'll put that together.
Can you also do concealed weapon?
I can't personally right now. If it's something that you guys would like me to look into, I would definitely do that. Like I said, I've been a firearms instructor for almost 15 years, or about 15 years. And it's something I can look into, and if county employees, want to do that, I can do that.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Chair, Commission. Morning, Sheriff.
Morning, sir.
Hey, looking good. Hey, this is gonna be another hot topic, just this morning, or early this morning, in Michigan State University, there were 3 killed, 5 critically wounded. The assailant ended up taking his own life. I really wish within those state programs or whatever they're trying to implement, that they would really look at more access for behavioral health. It needs to be a multi-pronged approach. I've talked about fingerprinting for firearms as well. I know Senator Lujan was very interested in that. He reached out to me about seeing on the federal level how that would work. And when the gun comes out of the manufacturer, before it comes out, they actually codify or solidify the lands and grooves of the rounds coming out of that weapon. That helps investigators immediately at the scene. I just wanted to ask you, I know we've met several times on the COPS grant. I know we met and we agreed that you should put in for 3 officers because we could probably do the sustainability after the grant money goes away. Can you let the commission know where we are on that, or do you know?
As far as I know, we haven't gotten anything back on that. Amanda, have you heard anything about it?
I have not. I was off last week. My daughter had a grandbaby, so I'm sorry to finish that first. But I will reach out to the lady today, and I think Sammy sent me the information for the lady to contact, so I'll reach out to her today, and I'll get back with Mike and let her know what he said about it.
So once we, that would be amazing to get a few more guys. We're transitioning into a patrol area system, and which is going to guarantee a fair amount of patrol throughout the county, to include Alamo, Magdalena, everywhere up north, down south. So we're going to that, and during my campaign, one of the biggest things was people asking, I've never seen anybody. So through this, we're going to be able to actually show the people that we're going to be out there. And so I want to thank Athena. She's helping us with some overtime for Alamo. We're going to start doing that this week. She's been helping us with overtime to go to Magdalena already, and now we're going to be doing Alamo on top of our patrols. We're going to be doing some overtime projects up there. Any other
Mr.
questions, guys?
Mr. Chairman, did we not pass a resolution a year or two ago about gun control something? We
Oh.
did?
We did, it was a few years back.
2 or 3?
We're.
Is it too late? Can you do another one? Like, I mean.
Yeah.
Is it too late for this session?
No, well, it's a 60-day session, so I don't think it's too late that if you wanna develop, have us develop a resolution, present it to you, and you pass it and send it up, regarding your feelings, because it's still in several committees. I was reading all the legislative, things this morning. It's in several different committees, so,
Is that about all we can do as a county?
well,
Sit
I
hands?
hate to put the sheriff on the hot seat, but there's several county sheriffs throughout the nation where either ATF has come up with new guidelines and the county sheriffs have refused to enforce those guidelines, and that's not law. And so, the sheriff does run his department. He allocates manpower based upon the needs, and if this was something that he decided was not emergent, then that's his call. That's what's going on throughout the U.S. If you want something else, a resolution, send a message. That would be something the commission could do.
That would be amazing if the commission would be willing to let, our legislators know that, hey, it's not just the commission and the sheriff, but it's our constituents also that, want to preserve their rights. And we need to come up, with a way to prevent these kind of, situations where we do have mass shootings and we do have people getting killed with firearms. But I think trying to completely outlaw and take away the guns from the people, that just doesn't make sense. I think
Can we?
a well-armed community that with people of the community, the people in good standings are armed themselves. It makes for a safer community. That's absolutely. And, not only that, but it's part of our culture. My dad, born and raised a Democrat, but he believed in his right to bear arms 100%. He loved his rifles, he loves pistols. And it's and that wasn't just my dad, it was, it's the community as a whole. I think we all are. And I think the last time what we did is we did a resolution to be a two-way sanctuary county. And if it comes down to it, I will be coming back and asking if we could do something like that again. And if we can do some sort of a resolution or a write-up of some sort and you all sign it, I'd be glad to sign it myself. And just let them know that, hey, our constituents are very concerned about it. And I've had more calls about that, and I've talked with Ms. Jaramillo. She's also had a lot of calls about this, and I think I'm surprised you guys haven't had a whole bunch of calls about it, but people are very concerned. And
So I think we're gonna have an emergency meeting in a few days.
Yes.
And I think I got the nod that we can do something then, because we don't have much time to act, right? And you mentioned maybe the sheriff taking a stand too. If he was willing, would that be on a separate resolution? Would that be Attorney Nance? How would you approach that?
I think we could put it all in the same resolution if the sheriff's willing to sign it.
absolutely. And plus, we would also, I plan on getting with the Sheriff's Association. They would be buying this 100% because I think when these come out, they're going to come up with their own resolution. Several of the sheriffs, many of the sheriffs in our state will take the same stand.
And just out of curiosity, Attorney Nance, I've heard this, that, and the other, but the sheriff is the highest elected law enforcement in the county. Is that right?
Well, the sheriff is the representative of the people in the county. But there's concurrent jurisdiction with the state police and of course, theoretically, the district attorney is the chief, is the chief law enforcement officer, but he is the direct representative of the people as far as law enforcement goes, and the person is elected.
So they have an agreement to work together, like
Statutorily.
Thank you, Lee.
Okay, any more questions?
quit buying Dodges, you'll have better luck.
I think so. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next item, acknowledge February birthdays. Who wants to take that on?
That sounds like an Aguilar deal.
Volunteer.
I'll go. I noticed they put the date of the birthday, but I'm not gonna read it. Probably get somebody. Rosemary Wilburn, who she work for? Oh, site manager Magdalena, I'm sorry. Happy birthday. Gail Tripp, emergency management office. Erla Pachito, detention center. Stephanie Zarate, Granson clerk. Susan Zacatero, detention center, and Damian Hyman, detention center. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to all of you. Acknowledge commissioners report.
Actually, they have another list here I think is important too. It's employment anniversaries, I guess. I'll read that one. If you don't mind.
Okay.
Lane Briggs with systems manager. She's been here for 16 years. Donna South, 18 years. Ryan Knapp, Knapp, 3 years. Gilbert Padilla, 6 years. The sheriff's office. Maria Anaya, senior volunteer program, 1 year. Sheriff's Department, James Nance, 8 years. Road Department, Marty Salas, 4 years. And in-service advocate, senior center, Cheyenne Hollis, 2 years. Thanks for sticking with us.
Yes. Next item, acknowledge commissioners report. We'll start.
Next to my youngest son, Russell, it was just like a club program that's grown into a pretty productive group of kids. They work hard. And I just want to congratulate those wrestling kids. I mean, they're both the female team and the boys team they're pretty large. We actually wrestle up in the division because of the amount of participants they have. So that shows a good, it's a good thing to see the kids want to work hard and not have everything easy, because wrestling's a tough sport and I want to commend those kids and the coaches and the staff that work with them.
Thank you. I saw where they honored Sammy Vivian.
Oh, yeah. Sammy was one of the
When they got
guys.
his start.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I know a couple of kids when my grandson wrestles and they say, well, how old is Sammy? Because sometimes he comes to practice and he wants to mix it up. He says, so I think that's pretty good.
Yep. Good. Commissioner Duggins.
I guess quickly, since you mentioned hardworking kids, they're hard to come by now. And I guess it's a bit of a personal note, but it does affect the county and our state. I've come to the decision there will be no more chili on my farm. And that was very hard for me to come to for years. To put it in perspective for you, this year, we didn't top 1,000 sacks for the season. We used to do that daily. There's nobody to work anymore. The door's wide open from Mexico where they pay half the price. And we are just flat losing that industry. We've come from 40,000 acres down to about 6, and I suspect it's less than that. And like I said, I'll be better off, but I worry for the state, I worry for the people, because we just keep losing and losing jobs and losing jobs. And I'm sorry, I'm not one of these that thinks everybody deserves a living wage. You earn a living wage. And if you pay somebody more than they're worth, how do you know you're rewarding it? You're rewarding bad behavior, whatever. And our businesses are just dwindling, and I happen to be one of them. And so That's that. It was hard for me for 10 years. Every year that we finish is worse than the year before. I have no irrigator, I have no tractor driver, I have zero. When I used to have probably 30. And no quieren trabajar.
Hard to hear that about the chili. Commissioner Aguilar?
As far as the commissioner's report, just, I guess we could speak about it in, on the senior center. I just want to get our seniors situated, pretty much, yeah.
It's the cement's coming down.
Nothing's coming down with the county business, but
I know
in
it.
due to that, we've hired 3 new drivers. They're actually from Alamo. And that's a good thing, and they're young. Other than that, it is hard to find workers.
You can't find anybody that can even back a trailer up. I mean, it's the truth. It's
And we're lucky because these guys are decent drivers, but we haven't been able to hire anybody else. It's hard to get people who probably want you to acknowledge and sign their papers.
so they can get the
Yes.
welfare.
It's hard, yes.
Commissioner Secretary?
No, I don't have it at this point. Thank you, sir.
I just have a few items. I attended a meeting with the local governments and the DOT with some staff from our county. I was very pleased that we had more people at that meeting from Socorro County. And we got a lot of good information. Nothing has really changed, but I got to meet some of the people that worked on that program for a while. I know them. And I got a little education on how to submit for these programs. I'll be talking to the commissioners on that, on some of the stuff. The other thing is, for the newspaper, we're having a county livestock loss authority. This committee was set together to try to compensate the ranchers on the wolf lot. It's gonna be here, the meeting's gonna be here on 22nd of February at 3:00. It'll be more information coming. This will be a quicker way to be able to compensate ranchers that have losses. It's coming in our county. I've already talked to some of the ranchers. They've lost a lot and some have not been compensated for a while. And if we can make it a lot easier for them, I think it'll work out better. We'll cut some of the red tape so they can get funded. That's going to be an important meeting.
Is there a way, Commissioner, for these ranchers to get compensated on the percent of pregnancy? How would you say that, Attorney Nance? Like, they don't have the same calving rate as they did prior to the wolf.
That's right. That's all things that we're working on. Absolutely. Yeah, there's certainly pregnancy loss in the press.
So if you can come to the meeting, you have a lot of information on some other stuff. That's all I have. Okay, finally, public comment. Anybody have public comment?
Jeffrey Woods.
Jeffrey Woods?
Thank you. My name is Jeffrey Woods. I live at 416 Luna Drive. And I did not follow proper protocol, so I did not CC the county manager in on my agenda. So I'm not going to do the agenda twice, this time and next time. I'm just going to give you a brief synopsis of what we're going to present. And basically what it is that District 11 Bocc side has numerous infrastructure over there. We have state boys and girls ranch over there. You have public school. You have the senior center. You have the health center that's there. And all four of them are within, a stone's throw of each other. You go down the road, then you have businesses. You have the Bocc store. You have Dollar General. And you have a propane. And I can stand here with full confidence and tell you that not a one of them have had a pre-plan. All right, the ISO specifically states that a pre-plan for at least your top 5 areas. And it has not been done. It has not been done when Tony Ortega was in office, nor his son. And then when his son was then dismissed and you combined Bocc and Abetas together, it has not been done. And the neglect that has been going on the Bocc side will be outlined next agenda. But I can stand here. I'm academy trained. I have certificates. I have a background on training. I was an infantry training NCO, 900 Marines, right? I believe I can handle 20, 30, 40, or even 50 firefighters as far as getting them trained and getting them up to where they need to be, even though that they are volunteers. I will explain how I will do so, and that each officer will be an academy trained individual. And I will have a little more on EMS. EMS takes 30 to 35 minutes for Socorro to launch somebody up in our area, whether it's on the Abetas side or on the Bocc side. 30 minutes from Bolin. I'm in the process of talking, trying to either get EMS a third party or homegrown our own as far as training. If I can show that our district up there can support an EMS, we can get federal grant. I can get an EMS station built there. I can get a helipad built there. I'm not asking the county commissioner to do anything other than consider giving back to Bocc was once rightfully theirs. And I will present my certificates for anybody to look at. I welcome questions. Yeah, I know that what I'm presenting to you is lofty goals, but I am an individual that goes for it. I was offered a position, firefighter's position in Bolin, and I turned it down. Why? Because I feel more connected to my community than I do in Bolin. And Russell was also offered to set up an RMP in Bolin. Russ, how much did you generate for?
I forgot to mention, I apologize, and I apologize to the public. I forgot to mention that this is limited to 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes is over. The county commission is not able to take action on matters discussed during public comment. Speakers are requested to state their names and will be recorded. You're going to be on the agenda for the next meeting.
That is correct, sir.
So then we'll be able to answer your questions and be able to comment whatever you do. I apologize for you making the trip, but thank you for coming.
Sir, that was my shortfall. I did not know to CC the county manager in it. That will not happen again.
Well, we look forward to you on the agenda next meeting.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for
Yes.
my own information, when that health center was built, did it not have a helicopter landing pad? It was talked about anyway.
That was, I'm sorry, Chair Martinez, Commissioner Duggins. It was my understanding that that was part of the original plan, but because the cost that it finally ended up being, and the location near the school, there was logistically, it didn't work. That was my understanding.
Okay.
But in the past, in creating LZs, landing zone, state police and or paramedics do their best to have flare technique, and they also have ways of detecting winds in.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other public comments from anyone? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Richardson. I was a volunteer with Northern Socorro Fire Department. I was terminated for unnecessary terms, and I have it all here. I would like you guys to review this, so next time you guys meet, I can be part of it.
Can you please give it to our manager?
Agenda.
It's a personnel stuff, so it has to go through him.
Is there anything?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Is there anything else?
She asking to be on the agenda.
Are you asking to be on the agenda for the next meeting?
I suppose I want you guys to review my termination and reinstate me because it was against the bylaws.
Um,
Not on the agenda.
That wouldn't be proper for the agenda.
yeah, it's a personnel issue. You'd have to work with our county manager and attorney.
I have been
Do we-
working with Mr. Hunt.
I'm sorry, but that's all.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Most of you guys remember me. My name is Russell Trun. 2 years ago, you guys put me in as a battalion chief for the Northern Socorro Fire District. I tried everything I could to do my job while I was there. Everything that I met with was a complete brick wall. I do fire for a living. I'm a professional. I'm the wildland coordinator for Elephant Butte Fire Department. I've been in fire since 1999. It's what I do for a living. It's my life. And in that, I have 3 priorities. Number 1 is firefighter safety. Number 2 is public safety. And number 3 is training and getting experience. Those are 3 things, with firefighter safety being number 1. That's what I live by. That's what I go by. I can tell you right now, every time that I spoke up against something that was not safe in that fire department, I was chastised for it. You guys gave me, this board gave me the rank of battalion chief. It was taken away from me. I was told the first reason was because it expired. I was told the second reason was because, or sorry, the first reason was because it wasn't in the bylaws. I was told the second reason was because it had expired. This all happened within a 3-month period. The first thing I was told during voting season was that position was permanent, that they didn't have to vote on it, that I would stay the battalion chief. That's what was discussed at the meeting when it came to elections. There has been serious safety violations, multiple firefighters hurt, multiple DOT violations of trucks that should not even be on the road. I'm here because of my community. I'm not here because of myself. I'm here because of those firefighters and their safety. That's what's most important to me. But when you take a 60,000 pound, 3,000 gallon water tender, and it blows a hole out the bottom of the air tank, and you decide to fix it with JB Weld, I have a serious issue with that. I've had a Class A since I was 18 years old. If there's a hole in the bottom of the air tank, you either hit something with something sharp and pointy, or it's rusted out, which is what it was doing. That tank was rusting itself out. By plugging it, all you did was just put a Band-Aid on it that's eventually gonna blow the whole tank out. And if anybody knows about air brakes, what happens when you lose all your air? All your brakes will lock up. The chief did not find that to be anything major, says that wasn't that big of a deal, it'll be fine. I find it very major, because not only are you endangering the life of a firefighter, but you're also endangering the life of a possible civilian that's out there, the people that we're supposed to be serving and protecting. I come up here with Jeff because there has been a serious neglect on the Bocc side of the fire department. Everything has been taken to Abatis. If you look, you will find every single Abatis truck on the Abatis side is fully operational and functional. If you come to the Abatis side, you'll be lucky if you find two brush trucks, or I mean, the Bocc side, you'll be lucky if you find two brush trucks. So I will be here again with Jeff when he comes back again. I just wanted to let you guys, give you guys a heads up. This is what's going on. This is District 2 and District 4. Bocc covers both. And we're not able to do that. Every single firefighter from the Bocc side, except for one, has been fired from their positions because they stood up because nothing was getting done. They were doing maintenance days once a month on the Abatis side. They would bring everybody from Bocc over to wash the Abatis trucks. This is not proper. The Bocc side still doesn't have running the water to even wash their engines after over 3 years. We have, I could go on for hours on the list of things that have been broken and have been neglected. But something needs to be done. And like I said, I'll be on the agenda for the next one, and I can bring more, and if you guys want, I'll bring all the proof you want. Because I have plenty of it, including I have recorded every single meeting. But I was fired from my position because I stood up.
The 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
Just go ahead and follow up with the county manager in terms of the proper procedures of putting yourself on the agenda, and then we'll go from there.
That sounds fine. And like I said, I came to you guys because you guys were the ones that hired me to do this job. You guys are the ones that put me into that position. So that's why I'm telling you right now.
If it's personnel, I don't think we can discuss it in open meeting, Kevin.
I'm not making that.
Yeah.
What's that?
We'll make that determination when we get the request.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's to me, it's not just personnel. It's not personnel. It's a neglect issue. I mean, it's a collective. It's all how many vehicles have been.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with public comment? Okay, we'll go to item 10, new business. We moved up F to begin presentation by Neil Skyver, LBL Finance LLC for Socorro County's application for IRS tax rebates. Morning.
Good morning. Your chairman and commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Duggins, for the strawberries this morning. It reminds me that I need to stop and pick up some before I head home Saturday this afternoon. This is my first time in front of you, so I'd like to just make a quick introduction. My name is Neil Skyver. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I run a small one-man consulting firm called LBL Finance. My background is banking, finance, public finance, and I've primarily been involved in the energy efficiency and renewable energy practice for about 30 years. But I recently left corporate and decided to join a consulting firm, and I've been doing some work with the Year Out folks, which is how I got introduced to the county project here. And what I was going to do today is just give you a brief high-level overview of the renewable energy provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, and tell you a little bit about the possibility of applying for some cash subsidy to help reimburse the county for some of the costs relating to the 3 solar projects that
that you're under construction with and pretty near done. So I'll start unless you have any questions, right away, but I'll begin and then we can go through.
Thank you for your patience for waiting.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. I actually have done some work in Socorro, worked with the schools and with tech on their solar projects as well. So, but it's my first time working with you all with the county. So in the past, everybody's heard about the Inflation Reduction Act, big deal. It has a substantial amount of money available for renewable energy and energy efficiency. Historically, the tax code has only allowed taxpayers to be eligible for the federal tax benefits that are eligible for solar projects. Municipal governments, nonprofit entities weren't able to take advantage of this. So there was this whole cottage industry that was created of creating third-party developers who would build solar plants and sell the power to the governmental host customer, at hopefully a lower rate than you're currently paying. And so there's been a big cottage industry that's built up around that. But the Inflation Reduction Act actually allows municipal governments and nonprofits who own these types of technologies. So it's wind, solar, battery storage, waste energy. I mean, there's a whole number of categories, but it allows the county to actually receive this tax credit. So you go, great, I'm not a taxpayer. What good is that going to do me? Well, there's two options in what the county can do with this tax credit is you can turn around and sell it to somebody else, or you can ask the IRS to convert that tax credit to a dollar for dollar cash subsidy payable directly to the county. Now there's going to be an application process. So the IRA was passed in October. The IRS, which is going to be running this program for the Department of Treasury, is still, we're still waiting for the final, what they call guidance, which is the notice that the IRS puts out that says, here's how you access this program, here's how you apply, here's how it works. But we're expecting that notice to come very soon. The IRS has been pumping out notices quite regularly, and if you're looking for an exciting read, I don't recommend those. Let's see. I don't know if somebody's got the screen here.
What page?
So what's the big deal? The big deal is that there's this cash subsidy in the amount of 30% of the project cost is available to the county once the county is approved by the IRS, right? And then once the projects are fully placed online and placed in service. So that's a cash payment directly from the IRS to the county. And then there is an ability, there's a program, which I was just reading in the audience here, so no problem on the timing, about there's a low income adder. The IRA provides a provision for incenting communities that are located in what they define as low income areas where it has a poverty rate in excess of 20%. There's an additional 10% tax credit bonus available for those communities that qualify. And based on my discussions and analysis on the county, it appears that you guys would qualify for that. Unfortunately, we don't have the actual application yet for the IRS to give you a little more guidance on that, but it's coming and it's part of the law. So what we're looking at here is a total possibility of, let's say, call it 40% of your project cost that is eligible to be reimbursed back to the county. The IRS has also included, since you borrowed a portion of the project cost for the original year out project using tax exempt financing from the local bank, that reduces your subsidy a little bit because the IRS assumes that if you're borrowing in a tax exempt market, that gives you a little bit of lower interest rate than a taxable borrower would be. I put together, I think, Mike, there's a sheet with the the PowerPoint. That's what happens when I touch a computer.
Yeah.
Does the state give anything?
It's not a state program. This is a purely U.S. Treasury.
This is what I have as what you sent me.
Okay.
These slides.
Oh, here we go. That's the one with the arrows. There we go. I'm a recovering banker, so I can't do a presentation without a few arrows and charts. But basically, on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see that's the situation that you've got. The county's entered into a contract with Year Out to provide all these various energy conservation measures and the solar projects. Over on the right side, your existing capital structure is basically a three-pronged approach. You borrowed some money, you used some of your own county contributions, some ARPA funds, and some from the county. And then there was a small amount of rebates and incentives that were available to help support the project. So when you did the project, no one had heard of the Inflation Reduction Act, right? It wasn't around. And so you needed a way to come up with all the funding, and you did, and you figured it out. The good news is the IRA does allow for projects that are placed in service beginning in January, so January 23. Your projects are going to be eligible. I put together a couple of sets of numbers here. These are preliminary. Obviously, we need to look carefully, but at the top there, what it does is it outlines the construction cost allocations for the 3 solar projects. You've got the courthouse, parking shade structure, you've got the annex building on the roof here, and you've got the ground-mounted system out in at the detention center. And those all together cost $574,000. That was the amount of money that you guys agreed to pay to the county agreed to pay for that. So you take 30% of that, that's $172,000. And then I deducted that 15% that I described from the IRS. And then there's some costs associated with putting this together, primarily legal and consulting fees. So the net amount under this scenario, with this no 10% adder for the low income, because I just wanted to give you a couple of options, results in $126,000 back to the county. The next slide here, I added in the low income. I call it an adder, so in this case, you've got the same project costs. It's just now your subsidy or your cash subsidy increases up to $229,000 after paying the deduct for the tax exempt financing and the cost of tax attorneys. Net effect is $175,000. I think those numbers are conservative because, as we've talked about, there's some adders and some bonuses that are still in the works. But I wanted to, give you some just sense of the numbers, a sense of what it is we're talking about. So my last slide here is just kind of what are the next steps? What do we do? How does this work ahead? You guys, the counties and Europe's done a great job getting these projects installed. I know two out of the three are complete, and the last one is really close, probably in March. So that's great. Key is that it wasn't installed and put in service before 2023. So once it comes into 2023, it's an IRA country. So finish the work on those. And then once the IRS issues this guidance, and I expect this guidance to come any day now, we'll be able to take a look at the paperwork, show you the application, the process. And I've been involved in a number of these tax credit programs in the past, and the way it usually works, there's no application deadline, there's no limit on the amount of money, there's no deadline for you to apply. It's just any projects that begin or that are placed in service beginning now are eligible. So we can prepare the paperwork, submit the application, and the time's right, and come back and work with the commission here, make sure we're all in agreement on it. Then the good news is, once you're placed in, the projects are placed in service, you're approved for the project, they're placed in service. There'll be a form that the IRS will issue that you'll get to submit and say, give me my $175,000 or $200,000. And that's the good news. The bad news is the IRS is going to require that anybody who receives this type of funding file an annual return. It's going to be relatively short form return. You don't file tax returns now, but this will be a return, and what our service will be, we'll provide those return forms, provide everything for you to file those reports. And basically, the question I get a lot is, what happens if we decide to, sell it or shut it off or turn it down or whatever? If you do that within 5 years, the IRS is going to want some of their money back. So if you get $200,000 from them and you turn off the system for some reason in a year, then they're going to come knocking on your door.
And knock on your door. You're the tax attorney, right?
Well, we're here to help. So don't shut it off. Just keep it. So that's the end of my presentation today. I hope this has been helpful, and I'm free to answer any questions.
The only question I have is, before the final application comes out, are all those that you alluded to adders going to be included?
Yes. Yeah, there's already one. We got one yesterday from the IRS about the bonus, low income. So I mean, they're moving.
Mr. Chairman, you did say that this was only offered, these things, to a government agency, not private?
So if a private company purchases these assets, they can get the benefit of that tax credit.
And pass it on maybe to the customer.
And what the IRA does is it allows them to, in the past, you had to be the owner of the system in order to get the tax credit. But now, if you bought it for your own farm, you could turn around and sell that tax credit to somebody else who has a tax appetite.
Roughly, what could a guy expect? 75?
I kind of like the cash, dollar to dollar cash subsidy.
And did you say you were a banker?
Yes, sir.
You got a card on you?
I do.
I need it.
I do.
I always need that. And a tax attorney.
It only costs you one strawberry.
It only costs you one strawberry.
Yeah.
Now we know you brought the strawberry.
Did you know a man named Bishop in Albuquerque, a tax attorney many years ago?
Any questions from Neil?
Yeah, that was it.
Thank you again for coming down.
You said it.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks again for that.
Don't need a motion or anything, just information.
Mr. Chairman, it was just information. I wanted you to know, going through that's more money that we pay off that bill, maybe or utilize it in another program, something that we wanted to take advantage of, and wanted the commission to, always transparent, let us know where we're headed and what it means to the county.
Okay, thank you. The next item is recognition of 2022 New Mexico County's Risk Awareness Program Award.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we have our Risk Awareness Program Award. Would like the commission to present it to Quaylen, if Quaylen can come up. And we have to take a photo with the award as well.
All of us.
This is, we took a risk, we took a risk on Quaylen. What this is? Risk management. You got lucky, Quaylen, you got lucky.
One more time. You presented to me. No, you're the manager.
You're the boss. I want to stand behind Ray, right here, Mina.
I'm waiting out so I can block your funds.
Green chili.
Nice.
Sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be hearing from you.
Yep. Okay.
I just, that's a good program and it's saved us quite a bit of money. Safety to all the departments. So again, thank you for the extra effort, Quade, and all the people that help you in the program. Thank you. Next one is item B, direction to county manager confer with First State Bank regarding interest-bearing account program. Consideration for county funds, First State Bank concerning the proposed program regarding interest-bearing accounts. Mike.
Chairman, Commission, I wanted to, in your packet, you illustrated the different interest rates. And within that, probably over 2 months ago, the owner of First State Bank, Quattro, and I had a conversation. He had made me aware of a possible program where he was going to try to be competitive and maybe be 1% below the LGIP. And, since then, there was some investment committee, yes and no, and I didn't want to reach out. Quattro's been waiting for us to reach out to him again to see what his program offers, but I didn't want to overstep anything and wanted the commission to give me some guidance to either allow me and a commissioner and Rosemary, and then bring it back to the commission to show what his program is about, because we are expecting another huge tranche from LATCF. If it's very competitive, I'd like the commission definitely to be aware of that, but I understand that you have the power up and down. Rosemary could go, but I didn't want to have that conversation with Quattro before I ran it by you to let you know what the program is, what it would entail, the possibility and opportunities for the commission to have another one, because right now that money and the other money that would come in would set in the other account that's is very low interest bearing. So if I could just get some direction on how you'd want me to do that, because I think it's important, because we're going to have a local business that is again trying to be competitive, and we'd rather have it set in that account than the other low bearing interest account. And it's local, and it keeps it local. So if I can get some direction on how you want me to handle that.
Commissioners, you've heard the recommendation from the manager. Any comments from any of the commissioners? Go ahead, Joe.
Chairman, I think the manager and the treasurer are capable themselves. If you're more comfortable with a commissioner with you, pick one of your choice, but there's no reason, I don't think.
I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, so you don't need a motion, just direction.
Just direction, if you would please, and then my plan is, if I had direction, to meet with him this week, obviously, to see how competitive it is, and then try to start setting that up and then report back to the commission.
So the direction would be the commission authorizes you to go check out First State Bank's
With Mary Rose.
stuff and come back and report to us.
And I'll make sure Rosemary.
And Rosemary. And her, maybe deputy, I don't know.
Okay,
Whatever you want.
thank you.
Thank you. Item C, consideration of contract amendment for RFP 2018-04-401 Robles, Rael, and Anina PC, and Barron PC for opioid litigation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Socorro County 4 years ago took the lead in the state regarding the opioid litigation that we've been involved with. It's now, certainly blossomed into, dealing hand in hand with the Attorney General and a national consortium of attorneys. We did a RFP the county did an RFP for all counties, that all counties could join in on and be a part of this opioid litigation. At this time, the contract has expired by its own terms. We need to amend the contract to continue it, so we can continue to receive these funds that are being brought in through this multi-jurisdictional litigation. So I would recommend.
So I would make the motion to extend the contract to, I don't know the terms the attorney thinks is necessary.
Motion by Commissioner Duggins. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Gonzalez.
And we're gonna build it here in Socorro County, huh?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it's approved to extend the contract. Next item is item D, consideration of contract award for RFP 2023-01-401 legal services for Vance Bocc and Stout LLC. Mike,
Chairman, Commissioners,
okay,
Socorro County opened an RFP for legal services. We had one responsible respondent, and that was Vance Bocc and Stout. The contract you have in front of you is what both parties agreed to, and it's up for your approval. Do you have any questions for that?
let me see it, I must have spaced it out.
So how many did you?
One.
One returned, but you sent out probably multiple? Or
Yeah,
like,
we advertise all of our bids and RFPs online, and they go out to all the people who registered to receive them, as well as in our newsletter.
that's a done deal.
Can you tell me the,
99.5
What was it?
Annually, right?
paid monthly.
1,000 man hours at a rate of $99.50,
okay, I see it now. Thank you, Commissioner.
which is extremely inexpensive, if I may say that, with professional attorney fees. That's
Go ask your older Brian right here.
I make the motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Duggins.
But I don't know why.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the contract award is given to legal services to Vance Bocc and Stout.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the support.
Maybe we should do a cowboy slide on this thing a little bit.
There you go.
I learned about that.
Appreciate the support, and it's been 20 years serving the county, so I appreciate it.
Wow. Well, thank
Well,
you.
that's it. I've been in other boards and other attorneys, and you're good.
Thank you, sir.
And he always dresses professional. Item E, acceptance of property donation for Alan and Engelbert DeLong.
Chair, members of the commission, this property donation has gone through our process, and we've created the necessary deeds, and it appears from the assessor's office and through the county manager's office research that the property is eligible for donation if you all would like to accept it.
I'll make the motion to accept.
Motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Aguilar. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none,
Just out of curiosity, what percentage do we have back from states?
I'm sorry?
What percentage is being given back? Yeah. We have United States.
Oh, gosh, I mean, as far as percentage, it'd be probably less than 1%. They're just so, there's
There's that much?
There's 40,000 lots there. But you know that
One at a time.
it's the only mechanism until the state does something. This is the only thing that gets it moving.
What if we bought lots? Is that allowed? I mean, they're very cheap, aren't they?
They are, that, it would be allowed, yes, that would be allowed, but that would be quite a process, but it would be allowed.
We're gonna turn into,
What happened is, if I may, Chairman,
take it.
if I may.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioner Duggins, we've had tons of donations and in actuality, we even went out and offered them for sale. If you remember, I'm gonna say a year and a half ago, we actually sold several parcels to the benefit of the county, because as you know, they donate then the county has to take on responsibility of that parcel. And so the idea of all those parcels that we did have that were either donated or reverted, we sold. So we weren't responsible for those parcels. It's probably gonna get to that point again at some point, because we're getting a huge amount donated back, because most of those people are from back east, bought it in the 70s when they were being marketed very heavily. And now those people unfortunately are passing away, and their family members are seeing the worth and wanting to donate. Just like in this case, they're fairly small. Yeah, it's not
Like an acre.
Yeah, some are smaller. Some are just lots.
So I'm wondering, when you resell them, do you sell them by that lot? Or I'm just wondering if you had 6 lots together, sell them as one so that they wouldn't be split up so bad?
That's one of the things that we send out. We send out the plot maps and what the market value is, and then the buyer, whoever starts to bid on it. I think we announced it last time. There was one buyer that actually approached us, and so we actually announced, and yeah, that can happen if they
And
want to
while
buy
it's
out.
in your custody, can you not put something in there, Nance, that forbids it to be split up anymore in the future?
You certainly could, but they're already split, so theoretically.
But if you sold 5 together, could you not put something on the deed that would always keep that 5 together?
You could, but you have to replat them.
And resurvey.
But I mean, the program actually has been successful. I don't remember what we got from the last sale, but I think it was $40-something thousand. It was pretty significant value.
Maybe Joe can get us an Amazon deal.
Okay,
Did we vote? Yeah, we did.
yes. Okay, item G, approval of Socorro County DWI program application for fiscal year 24 DFA detox grant in the amount of $190,640. Athena, thanks for waiting.
Yes, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Yes, there are 2 items here, H, G and H. And yes, I'm just asking for approval. I'm in the process of wrapping this up for next week to be sent in. So.
I make the motion, we approve it.
A second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Duggan, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, for approval of DWI application fiscal year 24 detox grant of $190,640. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Item H, approval of Socorro County DWA program distribution and grant funding for fiscal year 24 in the amount of $128,415 and $194,000.
I think we approve both. She asked for both at the same time.
Yes, but I can
I'll
certainly
make a
ask.
motion.
Okay.
Second.
And thank you. And the second one under H is, this is part of the grant that we assist the sheriff's office with. So that's really important. So.
Okay, because the one in G was 190 and then H is 194.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems like it's a mistake, but it's not.
Yeah. Okay, need a motion?
Joe made it and I seconded it.
That was for the first one. This is
Second.
second one again.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Duggins made
Joe.
Joe made the motion to approve. Second by Commissioner Duggins. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it's approval, Steve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to item I, consideration of resolution 2023-26, appointment to the Southwest Workforce Chief Elected Officials Board. Mike.
Commission, in your packet, you have the resolution. And what they are looking for is, I believe this is the responsibility of local area chief elected officials to carry out the following duties: serve as a grant recipient, appoint members South Area Workforce Development Board, review and approve operating budget, designate fiscal agent. So what we would need is the board to appoint a chief elected official.
Correct.
And then solidify it with the resolution.
Elected official from the county or from the commission?
From,
It could be either, but I would suggest the commission in this situation.
Okay.
Nominate you.
No. You've heard the recommendation from Mike and the attorney. Who would like to volunteer to serve as a representative from the county, from the commission? Somebody that's good with numbers and money.
Betty,
No, they want the commissioner.
she's here at the commission desk every week, every meeting. El Jose.
I'll volunteer for that.
You volunteer? Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez has volunteered for that. Mike? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Do we make a motion?
The motion is to appoint Commissioner Joe Gonzalez to the Workforce Elected Officials Board.
So I'll make that motion.
Commissioner Duggins,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Secretero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Joe, you're the appointed elected official. Thank you, Joe.
Good one, remember.
Item J, direction to staff regarding employee performance evaluations and compensation eligibility. Mike?
thank you, Chair. Commissioners, in your packet, you have a draft performance evaluation and congruent with the compensation eligibility, in which when we implemented the compensation package, the commission had identified that they wanted an evaluation system congruent with those steps of eligibility based on budget to be recognized. I do have the performance evaluation which does this. I'd like you to let me know if there's some things that you like or dislike, or advise me to move forward and solidify this maybe at the next meeting.
On the percentage, that would come depending on the money that we have, because you didn't put a percentage there.
All steps are already implemented at 1%. There's 10 steps between minimum and medium, and then 10 more between medium and the highest point. So it would be 1%, unless the commission at some point in time says, that was our base. We have enough funds, let's do 2%, or we don't have any money, let's do 0%, but still keep the performance evaluation congruent with compensation, or reliant, the compensation reliant upon the performance evaluation.
We didn't,
Not the evaluation.
we didn't do it as a whole package.
But you had advised me to put that in play, so I have to develop. If you look in your packet, there's forms, one for supervisors and one for other personnel. So that's fairly well developed along. And then the numerical values within it, and then it has to be recognized within the policy. So this is, yes, you did say you wanted that done, but I'm just making sure what I'm moving along with in the policy, that it meets those expectations. And if it does, then we can solidify it at the next commission.
Well, for me, I like the way it's lined out, and I'm glad that we're doing this. We probably have to do some training for the supervisors, or do you feel they can take it on?
Well, if I deploy it, I've done tons of trainings on this exact thing and the pitfalls on performance evaluations and some of the advantages and disadvantages. So yes, I would definitely put training out to make sure we're cutting the mustard on evaluations and guarding against internal pitfalls when supervisors do performance evaluations. And also the intricate detail of you can have a working file for the running year, but you can't have it longer than that because all those files are kept retained in the manager's office. So there's a lot of little training issues that would have to be put into play.
Hopefully your new HR, whoever it to be, can help you there, right?
That's my expectation. I hope so. I do have a performance evaluation training module that I've trained several entities on for years. I'll augment it with what we're going to put in play here to make it relevant, and then we'll move through that. And it would start probably, if this gets solidified, obviously, it would start probably in May with performance evaluations submitted by June, because the new fiscal year starts July 1. So the evaluation period is July 1 through probably like May, where they're starting to submit them. And that would be the idea, because then within that is budgetary concerns and whether application is.
I would imagine that we currently have some system in place, supervisors or directors, for evaluating their employees.
System.
Do, but it's to be quite honest, it's seldom utilized. I don't know. People look at it because there was no reward or demerit system attached to it, really. So it was sparingly utilized.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I just have a question. So the evaluation system I feel is very well, but is that in lieu of any kind of cost of living that the commissioners would give to all employees?
No, so the evaluation system takes into the account. So if, let's say the commission said, we want a cost of living increase of 2.5%, then we would go back on the matrix and implement 2.5% on each step. Because obviously that has to recognize the new hourly salary, right? And it doesn't take away, a COLA would not take away from a performance evaluation as well. If you notice in there, there's some demerits that happens if you run into trouble. So we would work it that way. So it doesn't take it away, but at the same time, we'd have to augment hourly wages based on COLAs, because that's how we got the base now, was consumer price index, inflation, and raises. And that's how we established the numerical value that was congruent with pay, market pay.
Is it possible that a bad evaluation could take the salary in reverse, or no?
No, reverse would be a demotion, and that has to go through a bunch of other personnel hoops in order to make that happen. And that's exactly why on the compensation package, we did not regress those 7 employees that were paid over.
So will this finalize the policy? I mean, the whole package of the pay raises. I know we'll have to visit it once a year or so often too.
Well, it will be part and parcel of it. It's just another prong in the multi-pronged approach of implementing consistency, viability, and validity is the main part of why you're doing it. And also within that, if you remember time, the biometric system will be deployed. So all those prongs of implementing the compensation package will be in there, and my goal is to have it all up and ready to go before the new fiscal year, so that everybody's on the same sheet, everybody understands expectations and what can and cannot be done. And again, it all boils down to the budget, where we're at next year, and what the commission wants to fund. And just go back to the COLA. So the COLA would be part and parcel of the 1% step. So let's say the commission said, we want to give 2%. Well, that 1% in the step would already be, so that it would be a 2% increase relative to each step within each grade.
It looks good to me, I don't know.
I just have one question on the 8 and 4 hour paid leave. That's just a one-time deal. It's not adding to their two other.
Sorry, I can't.
On the paid, it's the 8 hours and 4 hours. That's just a once a year thing, right?
That's yes, that's just once a year. Unless you want me to keep the same numerical performance value for exempt, or I'm sorry, supervisors, because supervisors, that would be supervisors, because the other ones are only up to 3 points. Supervisors, if you looked at the forms, have a 5-point evaluation system. So if you want me to keep 3 points with employees and supervisors, I can do that, and I can take that out. Or if you want me to keep that, I can keep it in.
But my question was, let's just say the employee gets 20 hours a year, and he gets his evaluation, he qualifies for the 1-step increase, plus 8 hours of paid. He doesn't jump to 28 for the concurrent year, it's just
It's a one-time deal.
one time for the.
So the 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 are only indicative of exempt employees, because they're the only supervisors who can be rated that. Employees, regular line employees, can only receive evaluation between 0 and 3. So it would only apply to an executive, exempt employee, a one-time shot.
Commissioner?
So what Joe's asking is, if this person, like he was saying, 20 hours, and then they get that step increase, and then the 8 hours, from there on, they don't get 28 hours.
No,
a year.
it's not cumulative, it's.
Does that make sense, Joe?
Okay, I see.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not cumulative.
Is that what you meant, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because every performance is in and of its own during that performance period.
Chair, I have a question.
Wait,
So Mike, I was reading the performance evaluation, and at the bottom, it gives a rubrics and a breakdown in regards to what Joe had alluded to in regards to the 4 to 5 overall performance, 1 step, and so on. And so is that pretty much what we're working with?
That is what is suggested. I could change the numerical value and keep it the same for supervisors as well as employees. This is just a suggestion. These were.
And then those pages in blue, like the first one, employee evaluation of supervisor form. So let's say if I was evaluated, and let's say I did very well, so my supervisor rate me at a 3, all the way down. And on average, my score would be a 3. Okay, so if we go back to the form on top, the performance evaluation, there mathematically there's no way that anybody can get more than 3 or even a 4 to 5.
So if you look, so that's the supervisor's form for employees. Then you scroll more and you go to employee evaluation form. That is the employee evaluation form for supervisors only. I guess I could title it supervisors only. unless it, hold on, let me keep on scrolling.
I'm employed, they're,
I don't feel. Okay,
Yeah, we see it.
yeah, see, it was just some fine print.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see if you see the, then the numerical value for that is, you can, for a supervisor. If that's too convoluted, I can always make both of them 3 and not worry about the admin leave. It's up to you. I can do either one.
I personally like them to be the same myself.
Okay.
Be easier. What do you think?
You're all in agreement?
And you're part of the evaluation, the immediate supervisor and you? Or who does the employee evaluations?
So how an employee evaluation should occur is that at the beginning of the period, the supervisor and the employee should sit down, they should have the job description in front of them, identify strengths and weaknesses in their capabilities of carrying out the job functions, and then any observations of where the employee might be needing assistance, either through training, guidance, all the like. And within that, there should be compliments of where they're strong. And then also within that is specific methodologies that the supervisor believes should be deployed in order to make the employee successful. And the employee should be right there when they're discussing these things to see if that is indeed a doable goal or not. And the goal should be fairly limited, no more than 5 for sure, because that becomes too crazy, and no less than 3 within the specific job characteristics. Both the supervisor and the employee agree to that. It's solidified by signature, documented. That does not eliminate that the supervisor, if they see still poor performance, either using, if they're still in their probationary period, they are released because they don't meet performance standards, and or if they're kept, that recognizing and doing a performance development plan. And within that, there's specific measuring tools and time frame significance to, so the employee and both the supervisor know what expectations of performance are needed.
So I guess where I was going is, what protection does the employee have with personality clashes?
Oh, yes. So that is one of the reasons why personality clashes would, so there's a quality control check, especially if they're submitted, well, they will be submitted to the manager's office, and that will be within the training. Because anytime you do these, there's called angels and halos, devils and horns behavior. There's several different things that come into effect, and we do also have a mediation policy that the manager conducts. And within that as well is the understanding of the supervisor and the employee that here are the expectations and they're within the job description. If there's a personality conflict, that is something that, can or cannot happen. It depends. That really should not come into play. But in the event that performance isn't up to standard, then the supervisor has to address it. And also quality control at the manager's office would be where you have some supervisors that do not want to be controversial, and you'll see everybody within that department scoring the exact same score. And or so then when you review it, you see that the description of performance is almost exactly the same. So then the supervisor is brought in and told, you need to redo these, it's obvious this didn't take place. So there's a huge amount of methodology.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly the way the Conservancy does it, but I know that there's more than the immediate supervisor, maybe the HR, maybe the mero that does the ultimate evaluation at the end to prevent that or to try. That's a hard thing to prevent, but I'm sure it happens, and I just wonder.
Oh, I'm sure. So when the evaluation is submitted and persons with that type of capability for review and experience, training, and education, they look for that type of quality control indicators to see if, when the performance evaluation is submitted, whether there are enough internal controls to prevent it and or to recognize it, and then to actually use some other methodologies to move it along.
Any further questions? What direction do we give our manager on the performance evaluations? Commission?
I just like them to be the same as far as the point stuff and what we call it, compensation or whatever, the hanging and all that.
I like that too, but I just wish that in the evaluation that there could be maybe your HR.
And the supervisor involved?
Yeah, because, maybe I don't like you and I'm gonna score you bad and nothing's gonna stop me. You know what I mean? Well,
That's just the reality of life. You just gotta
Well,
get through it and eventually.
but that's why
That's,
right, and if it's that bad, you ought to get another job, but you know what I mean? But it just seems like.
I think with Ms. Hopper's the quality check, one of the first flags is, you don't have to sign this. And, as an employee, if you refuse to sign, that's the first red flag in terms of, hey, there's something going on here. Let me look into it. Am I correct?
Well, if refusal, they don't absolutely have to sign, but refusal to sign would be a red flag to me, saying, why are they refusing if the supervisor is identifying job characteristics and performance measures that have to be followed through? I would probably look into it and say, what's going on here? And then, of course, probably have a meeting with both and see where we go from there. And then implement because remember, we're talking about performance. People liking or disliking each other, those are personality conflicts that are very arduous and complex to get through. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But you do the best way you can. The main measure of a performance evaluation is that people are getting the job done and being professional while doing it. And that's it. That's it. And clarification, when you're saying the same, are you saying you want it 3 points and doing away with the lead?
No. Because I think you said that the 3-point system is only
for employees
and not for supervisors. I think it should be for both.
For everybody?
Yes, that's what I think.
Okay.
So, and one more thing, I just not let it go that quick. And you're the manager and I'm not. And this is borderline getting into the management, I think, and I do trust you. But would it be too much to include, would it muddy the water too much? Would it be too much of a burden to have in the final employee evaluation to have maybe the HR or Nancy? I mean, if I'm wrong, I understand that you have a form you're gonna have to fill out and it should prevent a lot of that.
So, but there would be that HR having to be in on each opening and closing probably
muddy the water.
Well, not only would it muddy the water, but then you're
now you got more personalities.
Yeah. and not only that, hopefully your HR person has the experience, education, and knowledge in that field to actually provide some input. So the whole idea is supervisors are supervisors to supervise and to identify productivity and performance. Employees are to follow their job description and to perform upon the expectations of the supervisor and to maintain the goals of the organization. If, because of some personality conflict, that becomes an issue, then it does get addressed.
But they still have the avenues that they have today, right?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
I'm good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Any other comments or questions? I just have a comment. First of all, I want to thank you for putting this together. Since we did the salary packet, it all works in together in order to compensate employees fairly. I do understand, and I used to work for an agency where we had to do those. And the way it worked, if I supervised 12 employees, I did 12 evaluations. When they were done, when I turned them in to HR, they would review them. Then they would go to my supervisor to make sure that I was following the rules. If I gave someone an exceeds, there was strict criteria that would say, how do you justify this? Because one year, the state gave a 10% increase to anybody that would exceed. Well, guess what? My supervisors, every employee in their crew got exceeded.
Yeah.
They wanted to give them the raise, And the main guy said, this ain't gonna work, this is not gonna be able to justify it. So we need to, you need to do it right, because what's gonna happen, Santa Fe is gonna say, boom, cut it off. There's not 2,000 employees that exceed. This is for guys that are going beyond. And I think if we do it right, there's a communication between the employee and the supervisor. Something's not being done right, that communication needs to happen between that supervisor and that employee. You're not performing at this level. You're not doing this. It has to be documented, not just talk about it, it has to be documented. So that employee is aware of what they're not doing in order to continue with a job. So, say again?
It's a meeting going on.
Oh, sorry. Well, I thank you for this, because I think this will, it'll be good.
Does the supervisor get the same performance? I know elected officials are different, but.
Yeah, elected officials and appointed do not, but everybody else will, including myself. And within that, again, I will be presenting a time clock policy hopefully by March, first meeting in March, and that's another clog in this whole approach.
So, just something to throw out there in terms of, I was looking at the SMART goals and for employees and whatnot, then also the time clock's coming down the pipe. Would that be one of the SMART goals, given a freebie in regards to, okay, you know what, I will punch in.
So
40 hours.
I don't know, I'm just saying.
So that's the idea, the philosophy behind creating a biometric system policy is because you have to address short clocking and long clocking, and then also the belief that people deserve the 15-minute break in the morning and afternoon. That is de minimis time, and if you can be assigned anything, and also we could get really heavy into that, and it's something I might have to ask the commission on about non-exempt employees eating at their duty station, because on the Fair Labor Standards Act, they can claim compensation. If they're staying in the offices eating there, that's non-exempt personnel. That's another thing that's not really recognized within our policies, are exempt and non-exempt. We have, salaried and other stuff recognized for full-time and part-time. But really no classification that I can find other than my knowledge of who qualifies based upon meeting all the criteria, who's exempt and non-exempt. So those are things that probably we're gonna have to identify as well. So, and if being an ex-state police, if you arrive 15 minutes early, you're late, so those will be things, and then we have to guard against those things, because when you do that, then when it comes into payroll, people are gonna be wanting to get paid for that time. So that's gonna come within the training when we implement the biometric system. It's interesting.
But the evaluation is based on everything. You can get there half an hour early, and then the rest of the day you're non-productive, so you're gonna get points for getting there early, but the rest of it's gonna cancel that. getting
Oh, yeah,
there
that's
early. So
why.
That's how.
Supervision, that's gonna depend on supervision, really is.
That's the key, supervision.
Within that, I'd like to say that I have recognized that, I'd rather not say it here. I just know that there's an immense amount of training needed in supervision. From my review and delving into where people are and the positions they are. Huge amount of training, especially in the area of personnel and those types of issues. So I'm just gonna leave it there, and that's something I'm gonna address along with implementing this.
Well,
I think those two down there.
If I hear correctly from the commissioners, you've gotten direction on where to proceed, Mike? You
Yes, sir.
understand?
You don't need a vote.
Okay.
Okay, item K, review direction and selection to staff 2024 LGRF roads.
I guess me and John can be excused from this one.
Well, you can give me your money.
There you
The
go.
part that you get.
Nothing from nothing is nothing.
Basker says you ought to be doing the city roads.
They have money.
Yeah, get rid.
If,
They're in the
you want me to move forward?
Yes, Mike, go ahead.
Thank
I
you.
can't read it.
Chair Martinez, Commission, in your packet, you have roads that lie within your districts. I believe the roads that we identified that need the most work are in Martinez, Secretarial, and Duggins. Luna Road, if you're looking at that to be on your top priority, there's the cost estimate. If you're looking at Mora Road, and that's in, from Chavez Road to Ranchos de Veguita, I believe that's Commissioner Secretarial, there's the cost estimate. Jaramillo Loop, I believe is in Secretarial District, there's the cost estimate. Most of these that we're giving cost estimate are class 1 roads, which is dirt. And we're looking to take them to at least class 2, class 3, because some are single, some are double pin chip seal. There's a cost estimate for that. Sanchez Drive, and that's in Ranchos de Veguita. That's that. Walner Drive,
Is that in Brigita?
yeah. All these are Ranchos de Veguita. Kuntz, Zanya Road, that's in San Antonito. That's yours, Commissioner Martinez, Chair Martinez. San Antonito again,
All the good people come.
that's that cost estimate. Tank Road, we had authorized that, but we didn't finish it, so that's to finish Tank Road off. Cost estimate, that's in Commissioner Martinez. And here are your list of what they are identified as. Luna Road is cap. So remember, we want to do at least 3 cap, 3 SBR, and 3 coupe. And so under Commissioner Secretarial, we have cap, SBR, coupe, cap, SBR. And when I say 3 to 4, I mean 3 to 4 total commission wise, not from each commissioner. So, and if you look at Commissioner Duggins, we have Kaya de Centro as a COOP, Chaparral is a COOP, and 1 SBR, which is school bus route.
Slayton.
Yeah, Slayton is on there. And then in Chairman Martinez, we have a CAP, a COOP, SBR, and a CAP. As you can see, the districts, Commissioner Districts 1 and 3, all roads are complete. And that's up to Class 3, which is a double pin chip seal. So I guess we can do it through process of elimination if you guys want. So from what I'm seeing, there is a CAP and number 1 priority in Commissioner Secretarial. There's not a CAP priority in Commissioner Duggins, and there's 2 CAP priorities in Commissioner Martinez. It's a main arterial. COOP is cooperative, it has other, but a CAP is the main arterial road, and SBR is school bus route.
And those are good because they give you 18 months to finish the ride. They give you a little bit more time.
Wouldn't school bus routes take priority?
So you would think so, but if you remember over the last 4 years, the state has provided less funds for school bus routes. I think one year we submitted 6 school bus routes, and the state had $150 million, so they gave each county a little less than $5 million to address school bus routes, but yet on CAP and COOP, they gave counties way above that.
So a constituent approached me a few days ago, Monday, with a dream list. Is it too late to add anything? There's a short road, I'm not sure what it's called, Mission Road or something in Belvedere, right next to the Catholic Church. I think there was a big water leak under it for a while. I don't know. I don't drive on that road. Do you know what that road is? The one, by the old, there's a big old building there, a big,
Is it by the San Lorenzo Church?
it's by some of your family there, that road.
It's gonna be the one
It
coming
goes-
down on the south side of San Miguel Church.
Yeah, it's on the south. It's short.
So the
It's
first question
too
would be,
late.
is it recognized as a county road?
Yeah, it's chip sealed.
Well, so then the next thing would be, when you say it's short,
Well, it's
a quarter mile?
no.
Then I would suggest that we just get with the road department and do a cost estimate, because the road department does have some cash assets, revenues, that maybe we could address it that way, if it's very short. Because most LGRF are pretty intense. Some are 3 miles, some are 1.1, and
So the amount of traffic, does it influence anything?
so the amount of traffic is usually identified as a CAP road, because it's a main arterial road. But as far as timing, I'm gonna be honest, it's not good timing, because we need to submit this and get it done.
No, well,
That's a good recommendation, Mike, where we can get Art to figure that out. Like the roads that I submitted, I know they weren't all gonna be in the list, like the comment I made earlier, but they're on some list for other years, even when I leave as commission, whoever takes over, they'll be on some list that they can work on.
Yeah, you had a list of 14 roads, and Commissioner, if you'll get with me on that.
I left that list at home, but okay.
And at that meeting, I'll emphasize to the commissioners what I was told by Debbie and the engineer that was there. Did you have something to say?
No,
Oh, I thought you waved your
No.
hands up. He said, you gotta realize we only have so much money. It's not a lot of money. This type of funding is for maintenance of your roads, to try to keep them, to save them. It's not major work, he said. So chip sealing, crack sealing, fog sealing, stuff like that. Make sure that when you submit your projects, they're viable. good justification, because they make the vote there. And then whoever they vote on the roads, it goes to the highway commission. The highway commission is the final say-so on the roads. And I would recommend that we send somebody to the highway commission when they vote on it, when it's on the agenda. So I know some of the people that are there, that it makes a difference when you're there. If they have questions, because they don't know how the rules follow, they just vote. And I think we need to do that.
Commissioners, I would, Chairman, I would like to say this is not the only bite at the apple. Later in this year, there will be TPF. And if you remember, that's where we receive millions.
Yeah.
So this isn't the only bite at the apple, but this is one of the staples on road maintenance. So shall we?
So is it a given that not all these will be funded?
It's
a given.
It's our wish list.
So I just wanna see if, Mr. Chairman.
Let me finish.
Go ahead, I thought you were finished.
For my side, Mike and the commission, to make it easier, I wanna submit the cap, the one that I put there, for sure. I would like for the commission to consider voting for that one. And then, like in your area, Glenn, all of yours are cool. School bus route. You can submit, at least one. That's all I'm saying. You can submit other ones, but they have to be voted on. And then yours, Commissioner Secretary, on the caps, because there's only so much money. If we submit 3 caps, we're gonna look at that and the justification I'm thinking for the funding. So.
Go ahead. No, Mr. Chairman, I think it's been about a couple of years ago, we go through this whole thing every year and we never get it enough. And I gave up something so that would help you. I don't remember what road it was or whatever. And I'd like their favor returned.
No, I think you gave it to.
No, I gave it to you.
Well, you're taking that strawberry back.
No, there was some, I don't remember what it was. It was a friendly discussion, but really, I mean, it is what it is, and
well, out of all those roads, if I can at least get that cap, because the gentleman was here.
I was gonna allude to that, the way if I had a dog in a fight or a dog, whatever you wanna call it, the roads that need the most improvement, I think those are the ones you should approach.
Right.
In other words, if there's somebody who's already got chip seal, and I understand where maybe not taking care of that road might lose it, but if it'll last one more year where somebody else doesn't even have that, maybe they should get that, that's how I go.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know when the last time anybody's driven down Chaparral, but it's pathetic and it's a well-traveled, busy road. Slayton Road is a bus route. It's one lane. It's got a ditch right next to it. If the bus slips in that ditch, that bus is gonna roll over. And
how much is the price for Chaparral? Yeah.
It's a mess.
It's not even on the list here.
Yeah, I thought it was.
No,
It's not.
Chaparral.
Chaparral, I thought we discussed that.
Chaparral Drive is on the list.
Yeah. Chaparral, Slayton, and what?
And
Chaparral is.
Kaya
Central. So do you want me to, Kaya Central is very expensive.
45,000?
Which one is that Kaya?
Kaya Central's up north.
In La Jolla or somewhere?
Yeah. No. Kaya Central, I'm pretty sure.
Is it around Polvadera somewhere? I know where people live, but
it is in Polvadera. I'm sorry.
Where is it, Sammy?
Let me get to it right here, and it'll give us an idea.
Kaya de Centro is from New Mexico 304 in La Jolla. Head south for 6,047
There it is.
by 22.
No, so it's
La Jolla?
Yes, from New Mexico 304 in La Jolla, head south. And what they're saying is they want a single pin chip seal. Their suggestion is 6,047 feet by 22 feet wide. And the cost for Cayuga Central is 30,000. Do you want me to go to Shepherd?
Well, how bad is that, how bad is that road? Is it bad? I drove it about a year ago. I don't remember it being bad. Is that making it wider?
Well, it's dirt, sorry, Commissioner, it's, all the ones that are suggested are dirt right now, the class ones. They're suggesting to go to at least class 2, class 3. Where you see double pin, that's class 3, class 2 is single pin.
Chaparral and Slayton or chip sealed.
Yeah, they'll be. So, you want me to show you the cost on Chaparral?
Yeah.
45,000.
Is it 45? So it's gonna be, at least I know all the ones you recommended were dirt, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, to make it easier, Mike, and for the commission, if we vote on it, Zanja Road, I need that one for sure. Even if that's the only one of all the ones I've turned in, that's really, like you heard the citizen, he's been there for
Years.
quite a few years.
So.
I just need my road paid back.
Did we have Zanja? Yeah, so that's a cap.
Some cap. 18-month project. And I'm glad that you're separating them or like that because the road crew is gonna be busy and some of those ones you gotta finish within 12 months. The other ones.
Okay, so Commissioner Martinez said, so we're all going cap right now. So Commissioner Martinez has identified his top priority as Zanja.
Yeah.
Cap. So we're doing caps. And the next question would be for Commissioner Duggins, you don't have a cap.
So he's out of the.
So Commissioner Secretary.
What those 3 roads, they're in bad shape and they're heavily traveled.
So let's try to,
Well, I mean, if the state doesn't pay the same amount for a school bus route.
So when we get, so let me do the caps first. So we need 3 top priorities. And then if you want to do all 3 of yours, then.
I'm on the bottom of the bucket again?
No,
That's just, they recommended in the meeting, 3 per each.
Yeah. So.
For each commissioner?
No.
No.
Yeah, school bus routes and cool.
So SoundCon, 1. Lynn doesn't have a cap, so Commissioner Secretarial, you have 2 caps. It's Luna and Walner. Which would you like, sir, to nominate as your number 1 priority?
Thinking about Glenn, also putting that consideration. Walner. I think Warner comes up a little shy than Luna in regards to costs. Oh, talking about costs, are these costs, who generated these costs, these estimates?
So the road department gets together and identifies the length, the width, and the cost of materials.
Our road department?
Yeah, along with Dennis Engineering and myself, we all met, we had a pre-meeting and to give you suggestions because we had given you guys lists and we wanted to make also suggestions of what we're observing of roads in desperate need. And if you're doing Walner because of costs, so cap's gonna be separate and Commissioner Duggins does not have a cap.
Let's go Luna then.
Okay.
Question, so I know that for the cap piece, we have that 18 months window.
Right.
I just don't want it coming back again in 12 months saying, well, remember that, cost, it blew,
Well, there's no doubt that because of what we're seeing in material costs, that they could either drop. Everything's based upon petroleum because everything's petroleum based, so the cost could skyrocket. And NMD DOT will sometimes recognize that and give us additional costs, or they'll say instead of a quarter mile, you do 2/10. So, so at Luna, okay, so we're gonna move to Coop. Commissioner Martinez, if you want to identify the lineup of who gets to go first and recognizing?
Again?
Would you like to recognize the commission who go first on what road they would like to prioritize and could?
Give Glenn a little.
Break.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you want me to put them in order the way I think they
No,
are?
just one, just for the coup.
I'll have to go with Slayton.
That's a SBR. So Calle de Centro is a coup.
Is that the only one I have?
No, you have Chaparral.
Well, then Chaparral, it's a wreck.
Coyote Central.
That's in La Jolla.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner, who do you want to go next? Nominate the road.
We only have one loop, which is Sanchez Drive.
I still have my memory note that got wrong.
I'm sorry.
You got, yes,
Secretarial is, Coop Road for Secretarial is Sanchez Road is, that's your one. Chair Martinez?
okay, I had San Antonito Road, but to pay Glenn back, I'll let him submit his coup for,
Chaparral? I mean,
Chaparral.
for Calle de Centro?
yes. And we're even now.
Yes, sir, we are.
Thanks for that chocolate.
Thank you for remembering.
Remember, this is casting bread upon the waters. We're just hopeful.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, you know.
but I think that we're limiting it that way,
Yeah,
we have a better chance.
for sure.
Now the school bus route,
Well, I have the only school bus route, right?
no,
So
Oh,
you don't have any. Commissioner Secretarial has 1, 2, 3, 4. Commissioner Duggins has 1, Slayton, and Commissioner Martinez has 1, Alto Road. So I guess those that have 1 speak for themselves, right?
yes.
Well, yeah.
mine has danger.
So Slayton for Commissioner Duggins and Alto. That has a ditch by it too, no? Yeah, Alto. For Commissioner Martinez. I had to go there. Commissioner Secretarial, you have
Yeah, Jaramillo, that's the most busiest, right, between those four?
But is it in bad shape?
Jaramillo Loop is, I was just on it not too long. That's where we had put speed bumps and stuff like that, remember?
Single
penetration. I
It's not too bad.
they're all single penetration. Yeah, most of them are in similar shape. I think they're promulgating to go to,
Jaramillo Loop is the one that the Perio Dairy used, wasn't it? I think there no more.
yeah, that's,
Or was that why it was pretty heavily trafficked?
Probably.
so, yeah, so most of these roads are in decent shape. The ones that are single pin are, so let me tell you, the cost is, Jaramillo is $134,139, and did you want the cost of the other one?
Sure.
Which is the other one you'd like to see, Commissioner?
I talked to one of the constituents,
County Road 91.
El Central.
That's on the co-op, right? Oh, no, it's Kyle Central.
Yeah, that El Centro is the one of, that's up north. That's the one we put on our ICIP.
Okay.
Because it's so costly. Right? And actually, in talking to Senator Sanchez, he asked that I put it on the ICIP so he could try to help us address it.
Okay.
You got it now, Mike?
I didn't hear his decision on SDR, either Mora or Jaramillo or Martino or El Centro. If you want to do El Centro and it's base course only, that's up to you. I know those are the people that came in and talked about it.
Yeah.
But just so you know, we do have it on our ICIP. So I don't know. I just
Government Central. Minority people. Yeah. Minority
The
to the
horse
east.
race people.
No, the other ones to the east.
Which one do you want, Commissioner? Take a choice.
I think we'll keep the El Centro CIP. Let's go ahead and do,
It's hard to please those people in the north.
Jaramillo.
Did you get it?
Jaramillo?
I went to the horse thing.
And that was a tune of 139?
I'm sorry?
The tune of 139?
Let's check.
Yeah, 139.
139 is that? You can scroll faster than I do. Okay.
Okay, say if this goes on much more units.
So we'll have all those done by the end of the month, right?
No, they have to be turned in by the 15th.
Yeah, and so so and then the review occurs, and so.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll see. And then I think during the review, you said somebody should be there, so.
Well, that's my recommendation to the commission that they make
But
the
you got
difference.
the road department, Ray, I mean, you have, yeah, I'm all for it.
I have a question, Mike, on all the costs, you have engineering fees.
Right.
Those are, I would imagine, them getting all the clearances that we need, correct? Or who
They're
get it?
everything from ensuring viscosity, grades are up to speed, differentiation of materials is occurring, the actual engineering requirement of the size and length of the road. BEC is the one we've used ever since, even before I've been here, to ensure they're the SME, the subject matter experts involved, to make sure that, and they also decide on what type of signage, if any, is used, based upon the laws and engineering requirements.
But they also do the environmental utility, the right of way.
Yeah, when called for, when called upon, yeah, they do all that.
Okay, because that's what they get mentioned. Okay, that answered that, and so the commission will know. I also submitted with John's money and Joe, I'm just kidding. I submitted the Hop Canyon Fire Department parking lot because it washed out and they fixed it. And we decided, remember we talked about it, that we need to chip seal it now because they put millings. Remember where it washed out? We were gonna use fire funds. And you had talked to Mark Mercer about it. Right. So I don't know where that stands. And then I would like to recommend to the commission that we also look at San Antonio Fire Department, the parking lot with fire funds to chip seal it. Because that way, I sent it on the email, just to keep on maintaining what we have. If we can do it with fire funds, it would be worth it.
Escondido Lake's a wreck, but we'll probably get that with the remodel, right? I mean, the road, the chip seal is terrible.
Well.
And knocked the cabinets off of the camp trailers. You know? No, really, it is. It's short, but couldn't we do that with with the remodel funds? I
No,
mean,
well, those remodel, that, bring up Escondido Lake based upon. what
2
the-
million.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be easy. So I would suggest if you would like, make that part of the LTPF direction that we identify that road on the LTPF.
Well, it does make us a little money.
I agree.
It's pretty bad.
And the other funding that's coming, that you mentioned a while ago, they mentioned that too. That's where it's a lot of money.
A lot of money on the LTPF and Escondido, there's a bridge there, so they might even take that into consideration. Hop Canyon and I'm sorry, San Antonio, right?
Don't they pay or just the entrance?
They paid
Or
the
the state
entrance.
paid, they paid the
Over there in Limita, we're left to drive on the dirt.
That's why they call it Volvadera.
Yeah,
Well, nobody submitted it for it.
well, no, it's,
So, I will make that, I'll write that note about Escondido.
yeah.
So we can see how we can, might even be able to apply grant money when we apply for the total review, where the architect said he actually goes after grant funds based upon what the plan that the commission decides upon. If we kept them on board, they have to actually go write the grant, seek the funds that are available to do the project. So within that, I'll do
And are they the same ones that do the project, the engineers or the,
So the
survey
architects will design it, and then they'll give us a cost estimate of what their design based upon, they're gonna present the commission a couple different designs. Then whatever design the commission decides upon, there will be a cost estimate, and then we'll understand how much money we need to go after to design Escondido to the desire of the commission of what they want to see done. So that's how that.
I'm still hopeful that we can also use some conservancy grant money help there somehow. Because it is theirs, we lease it, right? I mean, it's as good as ours, but
No, actually, it's not leased. It's checking with.
I thought it was a 100-year lease.
No, we haven't. That it was deeded to us. I forget the family's name. And that's why we might have to get it resurveyed because the boundaries are in question. We know, and so the plot, so we might have to, that's another cost that we might have to go through. Because there might only be one marker and then through the description of the family that left it to the county. So we might have.
It's gonna be part conservancy, is that what you're saying?
No, it's not conservancy. It's.
At all?
It was all deeded to.
We'll have to discuss that.
Well, so I'm just going off of what GIS told me.
We have a lease, a long-term lease with us.
So I was aware of that, but so when I go in there, I guess we need to do more
I think
research.
they got it wrong because we got the title for that. I mean, it's in ESCO, it's in conservancy.
So that's the question, because when you do ownership on that plot, I guess it depends because there's a description of the plot. So Middle Rio Grande Conservancy is identified that abuts it on different sides in the Santa Fe Railroad. So that's, and the attorney's right. I guess we need, and then that's what it's
Well,
gonna
we need their
require.
money, we won't tell them no more than they need to know.
Exactly. So the simple answer to that is there's a whole bunch of more research that has to be done, and maybe that will go through the lease agreement and a surveyor to iron out exactly where we're at and the footprint we can have there. We don't even know the footprint we can have now, really. Unless we can identify it on the lease.
I bet if we wanted more, they would work with. You know, they have spent some money for Bocc, the picnic tables or whatever they call it there. In the Bocc, not in Escondido Lake, right across the bridge from Escondido.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You know, they got them all up and down the river over here so people can throw the toilet out.
Hey, Mike, on the tank road, remember that little piece that we didn't do in the beginning? Did you ever have time to research who owns that? Do we have right of way? I was told that the man that lives to the right told us not to chip seal it, that was his property.
We went through that and we showed that we have the right of way. And so it's almost similar to an incident we had up in Omadera, which the owner absolutely maintained that it was his, and we had two options. We could bring in law enforcement while we were paving or not, and whether it would escalate to that height. And so we decided just to back away. So that small portion, yeah, we have the right of way, but the owner is absolutely insistent that we don't pave it. So
we're not gonna do it.
Unless the commission tells me to get it done, but we will be faced with sheriff's office officers standing there.
It's just a small piece, so
I know.
I think,
You would
we
think
need to go that route.
and through the San Antonio Mitchell Domestic Water Office. And take
A lot of people go up there, so it is nice. At the meeting, Mike, I asked about the Hop Canyon project, and they remembered it clearly and why it was rejected.
Yeah.
They also told me to tell the commission and you to go after Colonia's funds for that project. So that's what they told me at the meeting.
It's too far north. It's too far north.
That's what I was told. Ed from the city, he said, go after the water or something grants. If there's water for erosion, he said, well, you can talk to Mike about that.
Yeah, all I know is what I was told by NMDOT. Then I've heard some other statements that were made, but nobody ever gave that information to me, like, have you tried this or that? We've tried some other avenues, but I will be looking at floodwater control. And actually, they were saying that maybe the ICIP again, so maybe in 23 would make it part of our ICIP, and or in the interim, looking at floodwater control type stuff.
Okay, so we'll vote on those roads now, or do you have to prepare them and we need a resolution for them too, no?
I believe that you just need to do it in the form of a motion for the minutes at this point.
Okay, but we need a resolution for those roads, correct?
Yeah, that's why the next meeting,
we're gonna do that.
We'll absolutely have to have a resolution so we can get them off in time.
Yeah. So we're voting for the roads that we just discussed.
Yeah, so we can then put it
In the resolution.
in the resolution.
Okay. You heard
There
that.
makes a motion for the roads as we stated, huh?
A second.
And Ray Beatty's didn't.
Motion by Commissioner Duggins, second by Commissioner Gonzalez. Any further discussion? No. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Yeah, thank you for the cooperation, guys. Thank you. Acknowledge personnel changes. Aye. Anybody has that?
Next meeting, we have the meeting format. Personnel changes or anything like that. Remember how we usually do the pay scale as well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so as you know, we're
Yeah,
transitioning, so. let's see what we can do.
And this is, Mr. Nance, this is the one where we also just combine all three areas, right? Okay, so gentlemen, I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept the acknowledged personal changes, approve vendor checks, and payroll checks as well, all in one motion.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Secretarial to acknowledge personnel changes and approve vendor checks and approve payroll checks. Second by Commissioner Duggins. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, they are approved. Item 12, executive session. Motion and roll call vote to go into executive session and that pursuant to New Mexico State Statute, Section 10-15-1, only the following matters will be discussed in closed session. A, pending or threatened litigation, 10-15-1 H7. I, NM AAA. Double I, opioid litigation, real retail pharmacy. B, personnel, county manager, Mr. Hawks. I need a motion and roll call vote to go into executive session.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Commissioner Gonzalez,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Secretarial. Roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Aguilar,
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Secretarial,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Duggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes, ma'am. We are now in executive session.
Nobody
Okay. Go ahead.
I need a motion and roll call vote to return to regular session.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner,
Second. I'll make it ready.
second by Commissioner Duggins. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we're back, roll call vote.
Commissioner Aguilar,
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Secretary,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Duggins,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chair Martinez.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, under new business, direction to staff regarding New Mexico AAA.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I don't believe that action is necessary except that to call for a special meeting on the
21st. At 4 p.m.
meeting AAA. Yes, sir.
We don't need a motion on that, right?
No, when you do your, on item 14, I would announce it then, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Item B, delegation to manager to approve opioid litigation and retail pharmacy settlement agreements.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you've already delegated it, but I think it'd be good to dot the i's and cross the t's and redelegate it for this as well.
Need a motion? Motion by Commissioner Sotero,
Second.
second by Commissioner Aguilar. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Manager has approval to seek settlements, agreements with opioid litigation. Next commission meeting, we have that special meeting with the AAA, New Mexico AAA, 21st at 4 p.m. special meeting.
It's here, right?
Yes.
Chair Martinez, does the county clerk's office need to be here to record, or is it just,
Yes.
so yes, we do?
Lucky. You got those papers. Oh, yes, I know.
Need a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Secretarial. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to
We
you.
are adjourned. Please, commission. We got a bunch of forms for you guys.